Yo, what is going on, gamers? How are you all doing? Let me fix this mic. There we go. Hey, it's amazing. Every time I don't stream for like a couple of weeks, I just forget everything. It's like, what am I doing? How do I stream? Yeah, hey y'all, it's good to see you. Apparently it's Sonic's anniversary again. Somehow. I don't remember what brought it up, but like the other day, I saw someone point out that 2016 was, I guess, 8 years ago? And it's like, I know that, right? Like, I've thought about that before. But somehow, every time I hear that again, I'm like, there's like physical pain. I'm like, no. I reject that. That's not real. It was not 8 years ago. There's no way. How's the volume, by the way? I can't tell. It's always tough to tell, but... It's like, I still remember that really clearly, right? Like, right before, like, you know, Forces came out in Mania. It's like, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but I guess it was. I don't know. And Sonic are both Gemini, born in June? Nice. That's cool. Yeah, good to see y'all. You all saw Sonic and Shadow Generations, I'm sure. It looks kind of cool. I'm honestly, like, kind of excited for it. I don't know. I know some of my, I saw some, like, followers or whatever. I guess the word is mutuals. I don't know. I don't remember the terminology, but anyway. I saw people were, like, some people were really excited for it and some were really not. So, if you're not, that's cool too, right? I can see why maybe you're not, but I'm actually excited for that game. It looks pretty cool. Like, the only thing that I'm kind of worried about is I think it probably won't be very long, right? Like, it's probably going to be, what, like, only a few hours long? Like 2 or 3, maybe? And I know it's just like an extra on top of Generations, but I'd really like it to be longer than that, you know? I think it'd be sick if, like... I mean, can you imagine if there were like 20 levels or something? Like, that'd be amazing. There won't be. There'll probably be like 5 or something. But, man, I can dream, right? But I'm not going to expect that because I know there won't be that many. But that would be so much cooler. Anyway. Yeah, what's my take on it? Yeah, I'm actually excited. I think, obviously, like, what it's going to do to modding is going to be a pain for us. Like, I talked about that in a big thread a while ago. When they first announced it. Like, obviously it's going to be a huge pain for us, right? Because you have, what was it, like, it's over, like, a long time. I'm not going to do the math in my head right now. You know, it's a lot of mods for Generations, right? It's one of the most modded Sonic games. And so, like, all of those potentially are going to break. Like, we don't know specifically what they're going to change in the re-release. You know, we won't know that, obviously, until we actually can download it and look at the files ourselves. Hopefully there'll be, like, a demo or something before... Or something will leak or whatever. Like, oh, well, I should rephrase that. I don't want things to leak, because it stinks, like, what people do with the leak. But it would be really cool if, like... just a few of us modders could just look at some of the files. Like, not for any data mining purposes or spoiling or anything. We just want to know, like, okay, so they upgraded to this Havoc version, right? They swapped out Cryware with this, you know, whatever. Like, we want to know what they're doing so we can prepare our tooling. That's all I want. But, we'll probably not know until it releases, right? So it'll be definitely like some time, like probably a few weeks before we get stuff working again for the new release. But I've been actually, I know I haven't been talking about it because I didn't want to like say much about it until it's like concrete. But I've actually been working pretty hard on planning out stuff ahead of time for that release to try to make mods work. Sorry, your question was what are my thoughts on it, and I was going to answer that. I was just going to briefly first comment on, like, how it's going to be a little damaging to mods, but then I got on a side tangent about that, so apologies. But just to wrap that up really fast, yeah, it's gonna be like rough because we don't know what they're gonna change. Like they might upgrade Havoc, they might even swap it out for Bullet or something entirely, but I don't think they'll do that. They're probably gonna upgrade Cryware. Like we don't know what they're gonna do, but I assume the changes aren't gonna be more minimal. It's just that I think we're getting a new Cryware version and maybe new Havoc. That's what I see them doing to the gens portion of it. I don't see them changing much else. So hopefully that means that if we just upgrade those files for mods, then we can make them compatible with the new version, right? So that's what I'm betting on. I've been talking to a lot of modders about it, and we've been trying to make sort of a battle plan for it, and what I've been pushing really hard for months now is we need to have a mod upgrader built into the mod loader that we make for this game, right? So we need it to be so that when you like try to play a Generations mod, it'll check to see like, oh, are these like old files or like new files, right? And if they're from the old generations, you know, 2011 gens, it should upgrade them, like in memory, right? And so we need that to be really optimized so that it doesn't take a long time to load, right? So we want it to be pretty fast. But that is what my plan is. So I'm trying to develop tools now to make that happen. And I haven't been talking about it much, but I've been working hard at that. I have like something for Cryware files that I think will be useful. But we have to finish this before October, because that's what it's releasing. Anyway, that aside, what I think of the game, besides what it's going to do to mods being a bit of a pain, I think it looks really fun. I don't know. I'm glad they're making all these new like levels and everything for it. I mean, it's cool to see the new content they're adding, and they actually look pretty well designed to me. Like, I do get why people thought like Force's level design when they first saw it, because the first few snippets we saw of it did kind of look like that, like it was pretty linear. But I actually had like a weird optimism for it. I was like, no, I think this is gonna look better when we see more of this, but like let's just wait and see a little bit. And if it's still bad, then alright, it's bad, right? But let's give it more of a chance, because we've only seen 15 seconds, right? And yeah, then we saw more footage, and we saw the whole level, and now I'm like, yeah, that's more like it, man. Wasn't that like I forgot, it's like a 6-minute level or something? 6 minutes or 8 minutes? I think it was 6. Where did I even post that at? Yeah, it was over 6 minutes long. And there's like different branching paths in it and everything. Like, every time I see someone play it, I've been noticing there's people taking a lot of different like routes. There's like different ways you can, like different shortcuts you can take. Some of them are really subtle, but there's a lot of thought put into it. It's not just like a line where you hold X. It's like there's a lot, like if you jump at the right time, you can like skip an entire section, and it's like on purpose because they put something up there that you can only reach if you jump, right? It's like, it's good. Like, it's some of the best boost level design I've seen from Sonic Team in a while now, which I know is not saying much, because the bar was as low as it could get. But I don't know, it looks good. I'm actually kind of excited for it. So my really the only thing that looks like a negative to me is that I think it's probably not going to be long, right? Like, I think there's only going to be maybe, I don't know. I'm going to keep my expectations as low as possible so that I'm not disappointed. I'm gonna expect 2 hours. I'm gonna go that low. 2 hours of new gameplay, and that's it. It'll probably be more than that. Hopefully, it'll probably be like 3 or 4. But I'm gonna just expect 2. Right? Because I don't know, man. We'll see, right? But it'd be really great if there was more content. That's really the only thing for me. It looks fun. I'm excited. Alright, let's see. I think 2 to 3 hours for a bonus campaign time with the master is actually really good. It's not bad, yeah, it's certainly not. I mean, I don't remember how long episode Shadow was, right? Like, I don't know, I felt pretty darn underwhelmed by episode Shadow. And part of that was because it wasn't very long, but the other part obviously was that it's just like the same levels again, with like, you know, different design, and the story was kind of weird. I don't know. So this is way better than that. because it looks like they're actually doing more, you know, it's new levels and whatever. But I would like it to be longer. I don't know. It's funny because I like Colors, and Colors is like 2 hours long. And I like Generations, and Gens is really short too. But I guess I just feel like, I think the standards have just changed. Like, it used to be, I feel like in 2010 it was more acceptable to have a game that was that short than it is now. Because now you're competing with, like, you have so many indie games that are great. You can get indie games that are like $1 that give you, like, you know, 40 hours of gameplay or whatever. You can download stuff from itch.io, like, for free. There's, like, all these free games, and they're just great. You have, like, infinite hours of content that's just available for free. And so it's like you're competing with that, right? So if you're gonna charge, like, you know, $40, $50, $60 for something, it should probably be more than 2 hours? I don't know, maybe that's just me. I get that game devs are really hard, so I mean, I'd rather have 2 hours of good gameplay than, you know, 20 hours of really awful gameplay, I guess. But I would like it to be longer than 2, personally. But if it's 2, I'll be, oh, whatever, right? I mean, that's still not bad. Considering it, you know, it comes with gens in its entirety as well, right? So, anyway, what are your thoughts on these Sonic shorts? I haven't seen them yet. But I saw they were making one, and I thought that was really cool. They haven't... When was the last Sonic shorts? What was it like? Was it like 2014 or something? Or am I losing my mind? I feel like it was a long time ago. But let's see. My headphones are really skipping. I hope that's not... Like, the music keeps stopping. I hope that's not happening on stream. Because that is driving me nuts. Considering how far I have to scroll to even find the last one. Oh my gosh, 8 years ago. Wait, no, that's the widescreen edition. Oh yeah, didn't they, No, it was 10 years ago. It was 2014! Oh no. How did I remember that? Oh, 11 years? Wait, really? It says 10 years, but maybe that's just YouTube's dates being weird. Whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to play that. Oh, 2013! Oh no! It's even older than I thought. Wow! That's pretty big. I'm gonna start the stream, by the way. Sorry for blabbing so much here. Wow, that's crazy. That's like a historic event that they're making another one. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll watch it for sure. I will say, like, I don't know how to phrase this without it's coming off, like, maybe different than I mean. I do think internet, like times have certainly changed. You know? Because it's weird to say that, because it's like, 2013 doesn't... It's like, oh, that wasn't super crazy long ago. Yeah, it was. You look at stuff from 2013 and it's like a different world we lived in. You know? It's wild. So I do think, like, the internet, like, landscape has certainly changed quite a bit. Like, the Sonic fanbase is completely different than it used to be. So I don't know if, like, the same sense of humor and everything will work as well as it did, or not. I really don't know. I don't know if they've kept that same sense of humor or if they've, like, changed it. I don't know, we'll see. I will watch that later. Bowser's Fury campaign takes about 3 hours. I mean, 3 feels less bad to me than 2. I don't know, like 3 to 4 would be fine. I think that Werehog mod will be the last of Gens, OG Gens mod? That's a good question, because I know, like, Scythe is doing, like, ray tracing, right? Which is awesome, but I feel so bad for him because he's been working so hard on that mod, and it's looking so good. And then, right as it starts to, like, get to the point where it's like he's starting to finish it up, I guess, they announced Sonic and Shadow Generations, where it's like, oh, this is not going to port to that at all because it's going to be a different EXE, so he's going to have to redo all of it, basically. Well, not all of it, I guess, but like he's going to have to significantly change it. It's not going to be an easy upgrade at all, so it's like that just stinks. Like, to put in that much work into something. So, you know, but he's still actively working on that, so I don't know what the, like, last one will be. That's a fun question to think about. And hey, Luca, how you doing? Mr. Shadow was 20 minutes. Well, alright. Good point. Talking about Shadow Generations, yeah, pretty much. I'm really looking forward to the open zone area to see how they evolve the design and concept from Frontiers. Me too. It looked really cool to me, that open area. But I do think, it probably won't be very big, right? But I'm still looking forward to it. I thought the idea of it being set in like the White World or whatever it's called from Generations, that's a great idea for an open world just in general, right? Because you can do anything with that. You know, and like having the fog be like so heavy where you can't see like past a certain distance because it's like all white, right? That's a great way to fix the pop-in problem. Like genuinely. So I don't know, it looked like a really promising environment, but I don't know what they'll do with it. I think concise, focused 2 to 3 hour campaign attached to another game that's also getting good content is I think that's reasonable. Yeah, it's certainly reasonable. Like for the record, I'm not saying it's going to be bad, just because it's short. But I'm just saying, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it looks really good, and so I just hope there's more of it. Because I just want to have another hour or so of fun. Is what I'm saying. It's really not more than that. But I am excited for it. I think it'll be good. It's been 11 years. That's crazy. The reception of the mainstream about Sonic's much better nowadays compared to 2013, I mean? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's weird because I feel like the fanbase got better and worse at the same time. Because, like, yeah, now it's, like, somewhat accepted to be, like, a Sonic fan. Like, it used to be that, like, you would say you like Sonic games and people would bully you for it, and they'd be like, you're a furry, right? You're like that semi-classic Sonic fan kid who says freaking frick all the time. You're like, no, I'm not like that, I swear. That's what it used to be like, right? Now it's just like, oh yeah, me too. Like it's become fairly normalized, I guess. Which is probably good. The downside is there's a lot of people who are like new Sonic fans who, man, I don't want to like gatekeep or whatever the term is, but I just see so many, like Sonic Twitter, right, is so endlessly tiring. Like it just never stops. There's constantly people just being like, gosh, like on one hand you have people being like, this thing stinks, and it's like not really that big of a deal, but it's like, okay, well that's just their opinion, so I'm just gonna scroll by. But then you have all these other people who are incapable of that, and they just like quote tweet it, and they're like, this guy is complaining about nothing, and they get like 100,000 likes for it. And then you have a war between the two sides, and it's like, stop, just chill. It's a blue hedgehog, it's not a big deal. Like, why are we constantly fighting each other? So I mean, I wish that would stop. I wish people could just be like, I love this thing, or I hate this thing, and both sides would just be like, alright. And we could be chill about that. And I feel like it used to be that way more in like, yeah, even like 2013. I remember it being pretty chill. Like I remember you would say Sonic opinions, people would be like, yeah, that's fair. Now you say a Sonic opinion and you have 15 people like outside your house ready to like do something. I don't know, it's weird. I don't like that aspect of it, but Anyway, but yeah, but the fact that it's more popularized is probably a good thing. Twitter itself is tiring? Yes! No, like, I know I've been talking about how bad Twitter is for a long time now, but, like, not long ago, right? Like, the past week or so, I've been, like, pretty much away from Twitter. Like, more than usual, because I've been really focused on, like, a lot of stuff I'm doing in my, just, like, in my life and whatever. And it's really funny, because I was only really, like, fully away from it for, like, I don't know, like, a few days. I came back, and I just opened Twitter again, and I was like, wow, this is a lot more toxic than I remembered. Like, why are people just so angry and extreme and crazy all the time? Like, what is going on? It's such a weird website when you, like, because you get so used to it that it just feels normal. But when you take a break for even just a few days and you come back, you're like, these people are nuts. Like, what are we doing? Like, I saw some guy arguing about, let me find the tweet, because the exact wording of this is really a lot of, like, the exact wording of this tweet is what makes it so, so crazy. Okay, so there was this news report on some local news station in the US that said, thermostat recommendations to conserve energy this week. They recommend you keep it at 78 degrees Fahrenheit when you're at home, 85 degrees when you're away from home, and 82 degrees when you're at home sleeping. So every night you should keep it at 82 degrees. And, like, that's really hot to sleep in. So that's kind of a weird recommendation. But so this guy quote tweets this. He says, this is the exact tweet word for word. It's so crazy how everybody is totally unwilling to ever do even the slightest thing to help the rest of society. A country full of ingrates and miscreants. And 19,000 people liked that tweet. And I just look at that and I'm like, you guys are nuts. I don't, like, like, I'm not trying to, like, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but, like, you're arguing that people are ungrateful because they want to sleep at a temperature lower than 82 degrees. By the way, that's, anything above 80 puts you, like, if you're at exposed to anything above 80 degrees for a long period of time, it actually puts you at a low risk of heat stroke. Fun fact. So if you're sleeping at 82 every night, you are actually somewhat endangering your health. But never mind that. It's just, man, it's like, why are people so angry? Like, why did this guy see that and get so mad? That's what I don't get, right? He saw this and was like, "Grr! You people think that you're entitled to having it be colder than 82 degrees. It's like, yeah, because I'm paying for electricity. It's expensive, actually. And I bought an AC and it was expensive. And so I would like to use it. Is that bad? Anyway, man, Twitter's weird. I'm hoping to see if they have some new ideas on how to traverse the open zone, make the exploration more in depth. Yeah, I would love to see it. I'm really excited to see what the next big Sonic game does, because I know that this is not the big project. They're doing like a new game that's going to be sort of like Frontiers, right? And I really am interested to see that, because the level design I'm seeing from this is legitimately looking promising. Like, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. So I'm like, I hope, man, if they keep that up, like, dude, I don't know, I'm actually, like, kind of cautiously excited for the next game. Yeah, I log out of Twitter after every time I use it, so I have to log back in whenever I use it. That's a good idea. Yeah, because having it as an app on your phone where you're constantly logged in, that's like the worst thing, right? Because it's so easy to just find yourself opening the app up to mindlessly scroll, and it's like, no! That's the worst thing you could do for your health, dude. I've logged into it so much that it asked me to verify my account every time I log in. Nice. Yeah, no, like, get yourself locked out of your Twitter account for logging in too much. That's how society heals. That's how you heal. Thankfully, I barely interact with Twitter, so it doesn't get too tiring, but even so, it feels miserable using it. Yeah, everyone's just constantly mad about everything. And it's like, some things are very important and reasonable to be mad at, and then there's other things that's just like, why do you care so much about this? Like, this is a blue hedgehog, sir. This is somebody's thermostat, sir. This is really not that important. But I think the thing that bothers me more about it is not the fact that you have people who make these crazy takes. It's the fact that you have so many people who like dogpile and they're borderline harassing people and they're like agreeing with these insane statements and making a big thing out of it. Like, that's the part that bothers me. Cause like if one guy posted this and everyone was like, that guy's nuts, there wouldn't be a problem, you know? You're always gonna get one person who has extreme takes, but you would hope that it would get drowned out in a sea of normal people, right? But not on Twitter. It's weird. Alright, anyway. Your thermostat's all reset to 780, it's torture? No, like, really? Okay, I have it bad. I think I actually have, like, bad temperature regulation or something. Like, I don't know if it's, like, a health problem or what. But if I don't have it at, like, I don't know, like, upper 60s or a little lower even, I can't freaking sleep, dude. Like, like, I'm just baking. It's like, it gets just too hot. I need, like, a fan on, at least. But then with the fan, like, it's not as good. Because, like, you know, it's just this one current. And so if, like, your blanket, like, happens to, like, if you roll around in the night, and your blanket happens to, like, cover up, like, you know, cover you such that the fan doesn't reach you, you're gonna wake up at some point on fire, like, oh! Oh, I rolled over and the blanket covered me, and that's why I'm baking now. But with AC, it's not like that. Anyway, couldn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. Yeah, right, because it's just so hot. I have that problem too. I wish I could understand what I live in the rest of the world when we use metric. Yeah, I should just convert it. Yeah, 26 Celsius. It's very rare to have a day below 80 Fahrenheit here. Yeah, no, I mean, I get that. It's hot here too. What is it currently? It's like 90. Which is like, okay, whatever, but it's like, it's 8:30 p.m. Like, the sun is setting and it's still that hot. It's like, ah. One-speed fan, those still exist? Yeah, it's just like a... I don't know what you call it. It's just a fan. Plug it into the wall, turn it on. It's great. It's necessary to survive sometimes. Alright, I'm gonna stop blabbing now. When I don't stream for a long time, there's like all this stuff that, you know... Sorry, I got distracted because YouTube just popped up a thing I've never seen before. It says, ads will run soon for some viewers, and it has a countdown. 43 seconds. What the frick? I guess there's gonna be ads? Okay, Google. Wait, no, don't say that. That's what triggers the phone. Maybe I'll just kill some time until those are done. And then go into the modding. Here we're in winter, and then the middle of the day is 31C or 88F normally. In winter, bro, that's actually crazy. All right, yeah, it's not that hot here. It triggered here. Oh no, I'm sorry. Have you ever thought about how much power, like, some streamers have with that? Like, if like some huge live streamer, like, had like, I don't know, like a few thousand viewers, right? And they could just say that and everybody's phones activates all at once. It's crazy. Okay. Thanks, Google, for for putting ads in everything. It's kind of annoying, right? Like, every video I click on now has like 4 ads or more. It's like, I get it, YouTube has to pay the bills, and like, it's kind of a miracle that they can exist at all. But it's like, dude, I don't want to watch 4 ads every time I watch a video. Like, that's... So it's like, oh, just pay for premium. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's at $5 a month? Sure, I will actually gladly pay $5 a month for no ads. Never mind, it's 20. It's $20 a month. It's like, bro, if it was $10, I would still pay that, I think. 20 a month, though, is like kinda... That's kinda nuts, but alright. But YouTube is great, I do get a lot of value out of it, so I mean... I use it all the time, and it's really... there's a lot of educational stuff on there that I've watched so many, like, talks on it. So, I mean, maybe it's worth it? I mean... But that just seems like a lot. And, you know, you kind of want to, like, eat. Also, you kind of want to eat. Alright, let's jump into the stream here. Stream will start shortly, 30 minutes later, jeez. Sorry. Yeah, when I don't stream for a long time, it's like there's just a lot of stuff that happens during the meantime that I end up wanting to talk about, right? So I stream again and it's like, alright, we'll be here for an hour. Oh, I like how I still have some of the Godot engine. I'm researching some stuff about, I was researching some stuff about how Godot works because for Project Re-Rainbow, I was trying to figure out some of this. Anyway, here is more or less what would be $5 US, but since we don't receive any dollars here, it's $25 monthly. Yeah, isn't there like See, I am not an economist, like, at all, so I don't really know, but my understanding of it is that like the worth of currency like throughout the world is one thing. But then there's also, like, the value of it, I guess I should say. But then there's also, like, you have to factor in, like, what is the cost of living? And, like, what is the average salary, right? Because maybe, you know, it's worth, like one currency is worth, like, a certain amount of US dollars, and maybe it seems like it translates to that. But then when you think about how much people in that country actually get paid, it's really not worth that. Right? So it seems like a lot of times companies make the mistake of being like, what is $20 US in this currency? And they just like basically convert it, right? Like, oh, it's this amount, so we'll just charge that. But it's like, no, actually, people there cannot afford that. So you need to like price it differently. I think it's better than to deal with 1,000 ads and the YouTube Music included. No, it's like, the YouTube Music part makes it tempting too. Like that's actually pretty good that it comes with that. Because like Spotify is increasingly getting expensive. Actually, how much is Spotify? Is it have we reached 20 yet? I'm actually gonna stream this, by the way. Sorry for spending so much time here, but I will actually get into it, and then I'll be into it for a while. It's $12 a month for Spotify. So for $8 more, you also get all of YouTube without ads. Because you're basically, YouTube Music is basically like Spotify, right? So you're basically getting like that plus YouTube without ads. So it's like, okay. Like, I guess it's worth that. It just feels kind of expensive. Right? I don't know. Like maybe that's just me. Maybe it's because I'm broke. maybe that's why it feels expensive. If I had money coming in, I'd be like, $20? That's a steal. That's $240 a year. Like, for YouTube. You know, something that was always free. So I think that's kind of what it is. It's like, I used to pay $0 a year for this. And now you want me to pay $240 a year for this. and it's the same thing. Like, it didn't change. So, like, I think that's why it feels expensive. But I get it, because, like, I mean, yeah. I hope that they do make enough money, because if YouTube ever, like, shut down, like, that would be bad. Like, if, okay, listen, one more thing. If Twitter shut down, I feel like that might be good for society. I'm not even joking. If YouTube shut down, I think that would be bad for society. Because there are so many videos on YouTube that are actually valuable. Like for educational purposes. It's not just entertainment, you know? Like, I've learned so many things by just being like, how do I do it? And I just go to YouTube and I find a video. So I don't know. It's cheaper than the US, but yeah, but we also receive much less people in the US. Right, that's the thing. Your Spotify was quite pricey. 3 months was 60. Ooh. Oh, whoa, what? YouTube is a much better value proposition. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. There's way more music on YouTube than Spotify. Yes, because you also can get stuff that I guess was uploaded unofficially, right? Unfortunately, all streaming services are very expensive. That's why I only have YouTube Premium. Yeah, everything is ridiculous. I know. Remember, Netflix was around 20 monthly. Now it's around 40. I think here Netflix used to be, was it like $5? And now I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's like 20. But so it's like equivalent, I guess. That's YouTube never made any profit. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. They're trying to make a profit off of it, and that makes sense. But I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like I think we as a society need this website to be a thing. But where does the funding come from, right? And so this whole time they've been trying to make it come from ads, but it's just not enough because there are just too many people using YouTube. There's just too much bandwidth and too much storage costs, and they have to pay for all the compute to like process the videos. It's just like endless, infinite money that is to pour into this site to make it run at all, that we just take for granted, right? But it's like kind of a complete miracle that YouTube exists. And like people always ask, like, why isn't there a YouTube competitor? Because no one else can afford it. No one else is crazy enough to try that, because they're like, this is obviously not a good idea. Like, we're gonna bleed money. So like, it's amazing that it exists, but it's like, they need to make more income somehow, and that's what they're trying to do, but it's just getting to the point where it's like, man, this stinks. I hate that there's 4 to 6 ads on every video now, or you have to pay $20. Like, that's... Anyway, alright, I'll shut up. So let's get into what the point of this freaking stream was. So I was actually working on this a little bit before the stream. So right now, so we've been recreating C posture common, right? And it's mostly recreated at this point, like it's mostly functional. We got him like falling, so gravity works, and like collision is re-implemented. He actually collides with the ground and everything again. Most of it's like working like as you would expect, but there are a few things that have not been implemented yet. It's not actually a lot, but there's a few things. One thing that I've noticed before is this: when you hit a spring, no matter how you hit it, right? I actually cannot move out of the spring. Like, I'm moving the left stick right now, right? But Sonic doesn't move. He's stuck in this endless loop, and there's actually no way to get out of this that I'm aware of. Oh, you can bounce, but yeah, you can bounce, but you can't double jump. You can't move. You can't do anything. Oh, you can do that. But maybe that worked. No, he's still locked. Yeah, you're stuck in endless bouncing. So why is that? I don't know. There's something about the velocity that's not being applied correctly. So with my new C posture common. So I'd like to figure that out, because I think that that will help me to get, there's something big I'm missing here that I need to get fixed. And I think we're just going to start with that. And then I guess move on to probably implementing more of the normal like jump and run states. So if I pause like right when he first starts bouncing, in colors on the Wii, which I also have up here, paused on more or less the same area, I can see when I look through at the source, what am I talking about? When I look at memory, I found that these three numbers right here are the velocity for Sonic. So it's 0, 170, 0. So that's 170, I guess, is it upwards or down? I don't know. But it's upwards like velocity, right? So this number is, I assume, being applied onto Sonic's like position, whereas for my reimplementation, that's not actually working. I believe you ended more or less around there in the last room. Yes. Yeah, I've been working a lot on, actually on Hedgelib and Project Rainbow and just and also Project Rad's Life. We'll call it that. There's been a lot of life things that I've had to work on. But yeah, anyway, so I'd like to see what the velocity is. There we go. So it's not like the same as in colors, but that's to be expected. It's pretty similar though. It's like we've got these values are very low. The y-axis is the one that has the big number in it. So it's very similar to what's going on here. So I guess it's because he's falling. That's his like falling speed. So if we have if the collision is disabled, then all that happens is that we just add the velocity onto the position, and then that's all we do. But I guess the springs don't disable collision, so instead we go into all this crazy stuff, and somehow the end result of all of this is not what it should be. So this is what the new velocity is that we computed. This is the new position. What's the old position? So let's compare that. What's the, what even is the old one? Okay, so this is the current position. This is what we're going to replace it with. It did change, but not by much at all, so that's kind of interesting. This might not be correct. Is it to do... Let's actually do this again. Check out the next frame. Is the velocity still that number? Yes. Okay. I mean, the position is changing. Yeah, which makes sense because we are actually going up and down. But I can't move forward or backwards. The most important of all of them? Yeah, that's what I figure. So let's see then. I believe that's the reason why they're making ad blockers not work on upcoming Chromium versions, and why they're going to inject the ads in the video. Yep, they're really going out of their way to make it as difficult as possible to block them, because I guess they've realized they really need to do that. Yep, Project Rad's life must be top priority. Thanks, yeah. It's like, oh man, it's like, man. can't we just put this project off? I'd really just like to work on these other ones. No, no, Rat, no. You have to do this one. So, I guess what's happening is, yeah, like the input is not being taken into account. Okay, so in colors, what they do is they call this function, which is what we're doing right now. Then they have this update distance to ground function, which I actually apparently have not implemented this, but it doesn't look that bad. Well, actually, it kind of does. There's a few things here I don't know what they do, so that's interesting. But on the whole, I mean, this just updates your distance to the ground, so I don't think that's really doing what we're looking for here. So it might be these three functions. I don't know about that. And update rotation is also interesting. But I don't think that's relevant to this case either. I think it's probably, I guess, one of these. This whole thing is called by calculate. But yeah, I mean, that looks pretty much what I would expect. So maybe we should remove these and see what happens. Yeah, like when we get here, right, we just, let's see, branch long, I think we can probably just knob that? Probably. If the game crashes, then... okay. So, I removed that function entirely, and yet... well, that function call, rather. And yet this still works. So it's not that one. So who knows what that does. So let's try this other one. Nope, he can still move. It's funny, I don't know what changed. Is he like rotating more than usual? It's hard to tell. I don't think so. Because I don't know what those functions even do. They do something. Like, I'm sure if I move around more, I'm going to find something that's broken because I removed those. But it looks pretty much the same. So that's kind of interesting. Oh, whoops. Supposed to be testing that spring. So we can still move. So I don't know if it's any of these, because I mean, C physics, it's probably related to like input, right? Let's get rid of all of the C physics functions that we're calling here. And we can still move. Well then. I got rid of all of them, and yet it looks like he's still kind of, he's more, I think he's more jittery than usual. He's like, his rotation looks kind of weird, or something. But I don't, yeah, like what was that? Like, is it just me, or is the animation blending, like... something weird is maybe going on there? So maybe it's related to that somehow? I don't know. But other than that, it looks surprisingly, like the game is exactly the same. So I guess those functions don't do a whole lot? It's very weird. It seems like he's moving slightly faster. That could be. Oh, whoops. I think my controls are messed up now. Is it just in this area, or is it... Whoa, that's weird. Hang on, so down moves forward now. So okay, so something is different here. Down is forward. Hang on, so up is backwards, down is... okay. So why did that not happen before? Is it because of the camera or something? When we get over here, maybe it changes? No, they're still inverted. Can I play this song? I think I still can. Okay, now my controls are correct. They're correct now, so something about the spring fixed it. You probably called this functions. Okay, so they definitely do something, but I don't know exactly what. They might update the forward rotation or something. Forward vector, I mean. Maybe when you hit the spring, there's a script that locks the input for a short while in colors, and then stops a certain amount of time. Yeah, there's an out-of-control value in colors and in Lost World. But the weird thing is, once the out-of-control value runs out, like it gets to 0, with the normal Lost World code, like unmodded, I can start moving Sonic again and he falls, like you would expect. And in colors that also happens, but with my new C Posture Common that doesn't happen. So there's something that this code is doing or is not doing, right? That is incorrect, because it needs to be... Okay, wait, so I never implemented this. So, I never finished all of this. So it's probably one of these things that's like a to-do, right? But I'm not sure which one it is, because it looks... This one I apparently found out was never true. Like, I tested this extensively, and this was never true. So, that's interesting. So also that's weird that I made it default to that when it's never true in game. Might be this then. The out-of-control countdown is not working properly somehow? I mean, it could be. Yeah, like, that's a good point. Like, how does out-of-control impact this posture, right? Because there should be some code in here somewhere that checks, like, is out-of-control enabled or not. And if it is, then, like, don't run this code. So where is that check? Because we have this one. I found that, like, if the collision is disabled, then they just do this simple thing and they get out of there. I don't know about out of control. So I guess we're just gonna do this the same way that I usually do it. Just look at the to-dos and fill in whatever's missing, and hopefully that eventually means that we fill in the thing that we need. Okay, so this one was related to the, yeah, this one was related to the collision, sorry. Let's say physics. Yeah, but where's Does this sit right? I guess it's a float. Is that a white? Okay. I guess it's probably a bool then. Usually if it's only one byte, it's a bool. So this is probably just setting something to true. But I don't know what it does. You know, I mean, that could be out of control. Oh, it's only called by this one function though. That's bizarre. That makes me think it probably isn't out of control because I don't know what the frick. Like, that's weird. But, did I find that it was always doing this or not? Because what I put was, oh, you already played this song. Oh, wait, no, I don't know if it did actually. It played the other one. The same leitmotif or whatever. Okay, so let's try something else. Let me think about this for a second. What we should probably do... Wait, whoops, that wasn't actually what I wanted. So first of all, we should bring these back. Okay. So now those are back. Guess who's back? Back again. Let's disable a few things. A few other ones. Let's see what happens. Let's get rid of this one. Just to rule that out. I really don't think that this is responsible for this, but let's just make sure. Yeah, it's not. I don't think that probably even fires most of the time. So we'll bring that one back again. Update rotation, it could be that too, so we'll just check that real fast, and if it isn't, then I think it's going to be something inside of here. I'm just doing process of elimination because, you know, you never know. You might assume something because it's logical and it makes perfect sense, but then you find out that Sonic Team isn't always logical. So okay, so here's the big update move simply function, or simplify. So actually, you know what? Just for the sake of it, for one more thing. I don't know if this is going to work the way that I hope it will or not, but let's actually disable this entire thing, because this should be responsible for all of the movement, right? It should be responsible for Sonic, like, moving up and down, and also it should be responsible for me being able to move around in the air. So if I disable this and one of those things still works, then that is weird. Something weird's happening, because that's not how it should be. Okay, cool. So that does not... Okay, actually, I can still turn. Whoops, that was a huge mistake. I can still rotate in the air, even though that function is disabled. So that's fascinating. So maybe the rotation is controlled by something else. This is kind of funny. Yeah, because I can rotate just fine, but I can't move, right? I can even like jump or whatever, but you know, he doesn't move. Water is nice. Okay. So what is controlling that? It's not update rotation. Because I think because we, you know, knocked that too, and yeah, we can still move. So it's not update rotation, and it's not the update move. And we know it's not these, or this. So this entire function, apparently, does not control that rotation. So this one is called if we're in 2D. If we're on a 2D spline, then this gets used instead of the 3D one. We are not on the 2D spline, so this should not be called. Yeah, it's calling... Also, it can only do this one or the other one, right? It's not possible to do both. And so we're calling this one, so we know that it can't be this. This is going to be referenced by a lot of things. Yeah, because it's in a lot of the posters. So So there's got to be like another function that's responsible for that. That's interesting. You know, I wonder, thinking about it now, I just realized, I think I know what's going on. I think that in colors, there might be some additional like classes that control the inputs, like input posture stuff. But in Lost World, they removed that and they instead just merged that in with C posture common. So like in colors, you have two separate classes. In Lost World, they condense them into one. That might be what's going on here. So because I've replaced the one with the one from colors, we don't have the other half of the code here yet. So that might be what's going on. Let's see if we can figure that out. It's in one of these VF tables, but apparently I never... Let's see. That would explain we can't move on a spring? Yeah, I feel like it's gotta be something like that. It's possible to rotate, but disabling makes it almost impossible to update Sonic's position. Yep. Yeah, it can't move, it can't update his position, but he can spin. No problem, he's got the moves. Also, this is kind of... Yeah, that's like in the fan posture. They're gonna use this in most of the postures because this is the common... It's in the stop one, the standard 2D movement. Oh, wait, you know what? Yeah, it might just be in there, right? The standard 3D movement? Except that's weird because you would think that... Well, maybe in Lost World they have the normal spinning in C posture common, but in colors they don't. Actually, none of these really look like they could be related to that. Wait, what's this? No, that's like a whatever, frenzy. I said asteroid. Also, what's going on here? Oh yeah, see, there we go. C posture input. That's gotta be it. That has to be it. Okay, let me check something though, because I might just be forgetting something, but I'm pretty sure C posture 3D standard. Calculate. Doesn't this call C posture common? Oh, oh right, it doesn't call calculate, it calls calculate for 3D common. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so apply external force to move. That is just like external forces. Like I don't think that's rotation. This is from the base posture. I don't know if we implemented that. I don't know what the frick that does because it's too broken to make out. But so okay, so we're actually running this code. So we should first check this, but I think it is that C input. But I'm just doing process of elimination, right? Because I need to make sure. Because I've had too many times in the past where I've like, you know, made an assumption that made logical sense, and then I spent like 3 hours doing something based off of that assumption, only to find out that my assumption was wrong. So it's always a good idea to test your assumption, even if it's really obvious that it should be true. It's like, just make sure. Okay, so I knocked that out. Apply external force to move. We're not doing that anymore. Let's restart again. But I saw he rotated just there, so... Yep, no, we're fine. So that does not control Sonic's spinning. So I really think that it actually is that input thing, but this... Does this run that? What does this do? Oh, this is a function pointer. Actually, it looks like an array of function pointers or something. What the frick is this? Oh. What? Apparently I looked at this before, but I guess I never figured out what it was. I mean, it could be something like this. Oh, wait. Oh. Change speed mode, right? 1, 1, and 2. So how many speed modes are there? Because I think that might be an array. I think I see what that's doing. Let's look at every time that they call this. What? Yeah, 2, 0, 1. So far 2 is the biggest number that they call this with. 2, 3, there we go. That's what I was looking for. So if we go back to those, that data, if we can even still do that. Maybe not. Oh, whoops. It's so easy to get lost. 0, 1, 2, 3. So look at that. So we just figured out what that is. So this is an array of function pointers, member function pointers to be specific. That's why they've got this weird data at the beginning. I don't know what the 0 and what this is, but every member function pointer on PPC seems to have these for some reason. So it's something related to like the class or whatever, I don't know, but we don't need to care about that because it doesn't matter. It's just the member function pointer something. So then this is the actual function. And so this entire thing is one member function pointer, right? So then this is the second one, this is the third, and this is the fourth. And so there's one of these for each speed mode in CPosture3D standard. So what this, I think, does is it calls the function pointer that corresponds to whatever the current mode is. And so within these functions, they can actually change the mode to another one for the next time this function is around. So like this is mode 0. Mode 0 is calculate or whatever. And then this is mode 1, which looks a little more complicated. I don't know what the modes do, right? But I'm just saying this is what it is. This is mode 2. And this is mode 3. And notice that there's other functions they call it too. So we have some stuff to figure out here, but actually they don't look that complicated. This one might be bad though. It's not so bad. No, it's not so bad. We can re-implement these, it's not going to be too bad. I just need to figure out exactly what that is. So, how did I figure out that this changed speed? How did I figure out that that's what that is? Is this a function from Lost World? Whoops. Hang on. There we go. Firing up my old tool. This must be a thing from Lost World. It is, okay. So that's how I found out the name. So if we look at Lost World, what does Lost World do? Does this. Check mode. Is that really the same thing? Because change speed mode in Lost World might be related to like the run button, right? Colors doesn't have a run button. So I mean, I don't know if that's really the same or not. But I seemed to think so when I wrote this, so maybe I was onto something. Maybe I should let Pastor Rad cook. Oh, look at this. Well, this one, we can see what the modes are in Lost World, so... where's it at? Because, like, I saw there... If it's 4, then that's running auto. So 4 is auto. 3 is stop. I guess this is 2? Is running high. 1 is running middle. 0 is running low. So actually, yeah, I think that is going to be the same in colors, except for the, they changed it, right? But I think colors is probably like low running speed, middle running speed, high running speed, and then stop. Those are probably the 4 modes. So stop would be like when you're braking, I guess. And then Lost World also introduces the auto running mode. But I guess Colorist doesn't have that one. Because they do that, they do splines in a different way. So that kind of makes sense, but they don't have like function pointers for it. So there's 3 change speed modes and there's this long thing. Actually? Yeah, dude. Get parameter. Give a call to that. Yeah, let's go. There's a lot of this nonsense PPC vector stuff, but set velocity. This is looking pretty similar, actually. Get add internal for. I don't think we're gonna have that. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's going to be different, because they're different games and they changed how the running feels. But they actually do look kind of similar, so I do think this might be calc running low. Also, what are the... These are the arguments. It's just the posture, it's C physics, and it's float. Well, A float, rather. So what are the arguments for this? Oh, we don't know. Because it does one of those dumb things. Apparently this is a C physics because I guess it gets passed into that? Yeah, it does. So we have the physics. And this is like at this point in the, yeah, it looks like the same arguments. So I'm actually willing to bet that this is the same function. And they of course changed some of the details of it for this game because it's a different game. But it's based, I think the Lost World one is based on the Colors one. That's funny how I stopped there. It's based... So this is probably calc running low? And then this whole thing is like, there's no equivalent to that in Lost World because they do it differently. But I think that's what's going on. Oh yeah, these params are also like the same. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, so we shouldn't have too much trouble implementing these then, because I know what this is. I don't understand why they have to go through Because like they passed this into this function from C base cluster. And like that's weird. I don't know why. But what it does is, well, actually no, it's like this assembly is like entirely broken. Like why is it R12? What is bro doing? I guess they just wait, they add R5 to R0 and then oh, okay. That doesn't make any sense. Why? Is there a way to do like a member function pointer? Like no way, right? How would you even do that? Oh lord, what is the syntax? I don't think Ghidra supports that. But have you ever seen this website? Hang on. This is it's a great website. It's very nice. Where's my source? There it is. It's you know. And you can tell it was named with love, because the syntax for member function pointers in C++ is one of the worst things of all time. I think you showed this site once. Yeah, I've shown it like a long time ago. It's very helpful to me because I always forget. So like if you use the new stuff like std invoke, then it's not so bad. But if you use the original syntax, this is how you do this. It's like, okay, hang on. To declare one, this is how it used to be. So I want you to just look at this code that I'm highlighted in blue here. Just try to read that. See if you can make sense of that, right? Okay, type def, return type, parentheses for some reason, class name, colon, asterisk, type name, and then there's other parentheses, param types. It's like, what are we doing? It's like something about it is just so easy to like break your brain with. I don't know. So like, what this is it's just a function pointer. It's just a pointer to a function. Except it's a pointer to a member function. The only difference between functions and member functions is that a member function is part of a class. That's it. So like in C# you call it a method, I guess. It's the difference between static methods and just normal methods. That's all that we're doing here. So this crazy syntax is saying, okay, this is so, I hate this so much. So like, okay, let's say you have a class that's like got a function like this, right? Whatever. So maybe you have a class and it has a function like this that just adds two ints together and returns a result. I don't know, whatever. It's an example, okay? So if you wanted to make a pointer to that, the type for that pointer would look like this. So this is the return type. It returns int. This is the class name. It's from the foo class. This is the name of the type that you are defining right now. It goes here for some reason. So you have to say like add function pointer, or whatever you want to call this. It can be anything, right? It's your name for your pointer. Then here is where the arguments go. And that is the syntax. So if you want to use it, then you type this, something like this. That's how you get the pointer. And then to call it, assume that you have like a pointer to a foo, okay? You have to do this. This is the syntax. And it's like, oh, that is awful. It's so bad. Anyway, so they made it a little better now, because now there's like, so for one thing, instead of writing it like this, you can now write the same exact thing like this, which is a lot better, I think. It's easier to understand what's going on, because you're like, oh, this is, I'm making a thing with this name, and this is the type of the thing that I'm making. And that's right, that is what's going on. But here it doesn't look like that, even though you're doing the same thing, because the name is here. It's like, what is... but both of these do the same thing. So this is better. And then the other thing that's better now is if you use std invoke, instead of typing this, you can type... this, which is nicer, probably. I don't know. This is a cursed language. But anyway, the reason I brought that up is so we're dealing with member function pointers here. That's what Sonic Team did. They did this in their code. Poor devs. Moment of silence for the poor devs. So what they did here is they had something like this. So I'm writing this out also for my sake, because I don't understand. I need to like write it out to wrap my head around it. It's called something. I don't know what the name is. It's probably a reference to physics, and then delta time. And I don't know if it returns anything or not, so we're just going to say void for now. So they had a pointer like this, member function pointer like that. And then, so what would this be called? Like, I don't know. But they have an array of these, and then one for each speed mode. And they call the appropriate one based on the current speed mode. So that's all that they're doing. So what I wanted to do was, like, try to pass this type into Ghidra, but I don't think you could freaking do that. Let's see if that's a thing. I highly doubt it. No, it's not a thing. They have function pointers, but they don't have these cursed abominations. Alright, so we can't do that, so we'll just hack it. Where's R12? Cool. There it is. There it is. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Jeez, dude. Okay, you know what? Let's make a type for this. Maybe, is there something already for it? I don't think so. Oh, I have to check. I don't know what this is about. I don't think there's anything for that already, so let's make a thing. Let's just call it this. And this is for future Rad. He will appreciate that I did this for him. Or maybe we'll just call this like function. Okay. So this is an array of 4 of these. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, cool. That's easier to read. And so then this Sick. Okay. So this here is actually part of the C bass posture for some reason. So that's why we go into C bass posture. So I wonder if this is a... Can I play this song still? I don't know. Like the vocal ones, I don't know. Probably is fine. I think I played it before. And at the speed of sound, bright lights. If I sing really bad over it, then maybe we can avoid an issue. So I think the yeah, let's check this in Lost World, because that might help me do it. Oh wait, where did I go? It's not C posture common, it's C bass posture. Yeah. I'm gonna find. Okay, so this is not a thing in Lost World. This is a thing they got rid of in Lost World. So cool. They probably got rid of it because it was overcomplicated and not freaking necessary. If I had to guess. We'll just say it's an int, I don't know. It's gonna be something like, I'm gonna call it current mode. Because I really don't know what else to like call this. Is there any equivalent to this at all, right? It really doesn't look like there is, so... This is purely like a... colors thing. Oops. Like, what is this, like, mode function pointers? I don't know. Call it something like that. Anyway, let's speed up a little bit here. We're going a little slow. Does this return anything? Doesn't look like it does, so okay. So anyway, we call this and we change the speed mode, we calculate stuff, cool, whatever. So this is what's doing a lot of sonic movement. So if we remove this entire function call, right? Let's see if we can still rotate. I think we will be able to still rotate. Let's see. Oh, I'm wrong, we can't. Wait, we can when we jump. That makes sense, because we're in a different posture. So we're on the ground, we can no longer rotate. That's done. That's broken. So that is where that happens at. So let's try, just take my hand. What did I even disable? I think I disabled all of this, right? And yeah, I disabled this. Store that. So now we should be able to move, right? I guess not. Oh no. I can't. He's walking on his own. Did I disable something else? I genuinely don't remember. I don't know. Oh, did I? I think I disabled the entire call to this. That's right. Hang on, let me go back. Here's a NOP right here. 29C. Where's that at? It's here. Oh, yeah, we got rid of apply external force to move. We can restore that. And what is all this? 92E8? 92E8. There we go. Yeah, that one makes sense to get rid of, but we also apparently got rid of EC, and I don't think I meant to do that. Maybe I did. 92FC. That's still there. Can I just like get rid of... Can I just like bring all of them back? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart this because I don't remember what I did. I'm going to bring all of them back, and then except for that one. We need a clean slate here. Stop. Okay, so what we want to do is just get rid of this one function and nothing else. So we should be able to like rotate and... Sorry, we should be able to move but not rotate. But actually it looks like we can't move at all. Oh, that actually makes sense. Okay, I think I see what's going on. Can we jump? We can jump. And when we can rotate, but we can't move when we're on the ground. So in the air we can move. We can't move on the ground. That makes sense. We can also boost, which works somehow. Forgot there's not actually dash pads down here in the colors level, because in Lost World I have that. I can't move when I'm on the ground. All I can do is jump. It's hard to explain. Okay, so can we move from here? Here's the $1,000,000 question. Here we go. We can. So, is that handled by the air state? Because that makes sense if so. Let's maybe... Let's also get rid of this again. Oh wait, no, we already know that that doesn't do it. So it's not this, so it's, it's that one function. You know, the one. It's probably like air? Or is there like a fall? It's Buster Air, I think. Which is a bridge between 2D air and 3D air. Calculate. Okay, so it's gonna be this. Let's check that. Oops. Hey, Autumn, playing Terraria. Yeah, we hit the breakpoint immediately. Cool. So it is this. Okay, one of these functions is what's allowing Sonic to rotate. So which one is it, right? So I don't know what this flag is, but if it is not set, then we do all this. If it is set, we do this. So there is less stuff happening here if this flag is set. It looks like it controls like whether the internal force is updated and everything, like if force is applied to Sonic, I guess. So let's have a breakpoint here, and another one here. We hit that one, that's what I expected. Okay. So let's remove them one by one. So up to internal force is something. EC, we're gonna remove that. Oh, we hit the other one now. Okay, now what did we hit? Oh, I guess I didn't remove the right breakpoint. Whoops. Okay, yeah. Okay, can we move? Oh, we actually can't. Gamers, we figured it out. Okay, that's what the problem is. So we've successfully recreated the problem that we're facing in Lost World. Within colors. It only took like almost 2 hours. Very cool. So now we have to fix it. Alright, so all we need to do is re-implement that function, I guess. Well, actually the whole air posture needs to be re-implemented, so that's going to be interesting. Oh, are we not going to the 3D air? Like, what is happening, actually? This is all the common posture, right? But like... Well, let me close this. Oh, I did start implementing this. Right. Okay, this is it. This is all that's going on. Okay, cool. Sorry that took 75,000 years. Sometimes it's like that. So this is... Actually, I've already implemented freaking most of this. That's cool. Did I move this to something sensible? Yeah, I did. Okay. If... Oh yeah, I figured this is out of control. I forgot about that. You know, I don't like this. We should really give this a name. What's all this? Yeah, I mean, we should just give it a name. It's like, we need to be able to keep track of this. Wait a second, what's this? No. Is this, like, used by one of those functions, maybe? Because if it isn't, we should just treat this like it's not a bit set. Even though it probably is. Nah. Oh wait, yeah, it is used. It is used by that. Crap. Okay, now I see what the problem is. I mean, does it matter that much? Because it's easier for us to just... We need to just be able to see this code and like, know what it does. So, like, let me change the type and see what happens. This one, right? Wait, what are you doing? It's the blackboard, right? Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's still very readable to me. Great, that's better. that's gonna... Yeah, I'm glad I did that. That's gonna save me a lot of pain. Cool. Okay, so anyway, yeah, cool. Let's actually freaking do this. So this is not implemented, I'm sure. Actually, it's somewhat implemented, but it's not fully. So something... This code is what's controlling the rotation. So there's something that we're not doing in our implementation of this. This is a to-do. So it's probably that. Apparently there's been breakpoints here this entire time that I've never hit. So I guess this doesn't ever get hit. So if this is 0, then we do something. And then we do this physics call. And then if that is true and 0.1 is less than this, then we set the internal force mode to 1, which I guess is implemented. Yes, okay. So this, I don't know what that is. I guess I never figured out what that was. That's kind of disappointing. We'll have to figure out what that is. And also I don't know what this calls, so we should figure that out. Base vtable 9. Why is it a to-do? Like, actually, though. Virtual void. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So I already figured out, like, a lot of this. So I think the reason it's a to-do is because I just didn't know if, like, the function arguments were correct or whatever, but I'm pretty sure they are. I'm gonna say something like, is this, like, is this call correct? Honestly, I think it is. I'm not gonna worry about it. This is not implemented, like, hardly at all. So this is what's going on. Oh, this is, oh no. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so anyway, it's actually not that complicated of a problem at all, is it? So let's just figure this out. So, we know what that is now, thank goodness. So we get the blackboard. If blackboard, is that a pointer? Yeah. What do you mean no members available? Is it in here? Where's the blackboard at? Oh. Really? I never implemented that. But I implemented this. So if we're not out of control, so if the spring is not locked, this is probably where, I don't know, might be where some of that happens at. And what else? The length of this vector and there's yet another thing they check for. This flag is not set. Then they unset everything but, like, this one flag, which is the one that they checked for. So I don't know what that is. But that doesn't, I mean, maybe that's like rotation lock or something? But I don't think so. Let's, also remove that, maybe. Except I think at this point I should probably restart it again. mashing. Hey, that's the fitting song for that screen. Okay. So let's make that a no op. Make sure that's right. Yeah, it is. So we never are gonna unset this flag on the blackboard, so let's see if that changes anything. I don't know if we're gonna see a change, to be honest, but let's see. We might. Here we go. Actually, I don't know, that is that different? It does seem like maybe he's more like stiff or something. But actually that might be normal. Let's check it again. I don't know, I think it might have actually been normal. Does that look different? It looks like normal to me. Like they both did. So I don't know what that flag does, but it doesn't see, but it's not, you know, not the rotation. So I think the rotation is, you know, this down here. Ah, jeez. Which one of these is actually responsible for? Is it this? Yeah, I think this is the one that actually calls the function. So if we remove that, hopefully it doesn't kill the game somehow. Now we can't rotate. We can still move, which is kind of funny. We can't rotate anymore. So that handles updating his rotation. Right there. It's kind of fun. Okay, so that is what we need to bring back. So where are we at? Get max air velocity, get horizontal velocity length. And then we get the max of that. There's also something done here. Not sure why that doesn't seem to be returning. Like, that's kind of weird, right? F30, like what? What are you doing? What are you actually doing? I guess it's F31? No, stop. Stop being weird, Ghidra. I know you're just doing what I told you to do and I misclicked, but it's not my fault. No, it literally is. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that's getting stored into. It might be, oh, it might be something down here that's wrong. But they get the blackboard yet again. They get this param. It's 41. There's probably another float here. Yes. Cool. Alright, so it's so hard to not just get lost in the sea of code. This is actually dvar 3 now. Its name got changed. Delta time, dvar 3. Like, why did I call it this? What? I guess we're not allowed to change the name. Okay. What the frick are you doing? Where are you even getting DT from? What the frick are you doing? Alright. You managed to make something with flip it or whatever you're trying to do. Yeah, so I'm slowly re-implementing it, right? I was trying to figure out, like, so, okay, this is really stupid, right? But I'm re-implementing the basic movement code, so there's a lot of stuff like this that's just really stupid that takes an eternity for, like, a really small thing. But, like, okay, so when you hit these springs, you can rotate, right? In colors, you can rotate like this. It's, you know, you're not locked into the movement. But in Lost World, when I hit these springs with my current code, I can't move. He's, like, locked the entire time. So I was trying to figure out why that's happening. So I found the code in colors that is responsible for making Sonic move like this on the springs. And I know what's going on now. So what's going on is that this right here is me trying to re-implement that code, but I never finished it. And there's some spots missing that happen to be the spots that make Sonic rotate. So I'm re-implementing those spots now. So he's going to be able to rotate real soon. Hopefully. But we need to fix this. So I don't know why it won't let me change that name, but I you know what? Deidre, it's okay. I'm gonna just surrender to that. You can, you know, you're scaring me, Deidre. Is this not this call though? It's probably this call. Yeah, like buddy, what are we doing? It's only called by C posture 3D air. I think it is. Let's check this out too. Oh, would you look at that? That's fascinating. There are apparently 2 modes for... Why is it used by this? Huh? What are we doing here? Okay, apparently C posture 2D standard. I guess this is the 2D movement modes? There's only 2. It's kind of fascinating. I actually want to check that real fast. In Lost World as well, because I'm kind of curious about that. Where's the part where they check the... Here we go. Running speed, stop speed. Yeah, would you look at that? It's like the same... Wow, I clapped my hands. Okay. It's like the same in both of these games. Isn't that crazy? So I guess we actually know what the modes are. See this? Okay, part of why my streams... Because, like, obviously what I'm doing is insane, and, like, it's like, hard to follow because it's just, there's a lot of, like, technical stuff involved. But then, on top of that, right, it's, like, part of my problem is that my style of, like, reverse engineering is that I start by doing one thing, like, I have one goal in mind, and that's what I'm going for. And then along the way, as I'm trying to figure that out, oftentimes what happens is I'll bump into something else, and I'll be like, wait a minute! That's fascinating, and I'll like notice something I didn't notice before. And so then I end up on like a, you know, rabbit chase, like on some random side quest for like 30 minutes. Like, what? Hang on! What's this other thing? And then eventually I'm like, what was the thing I was doing again? So it's like, it seems like really stupid because it's like, oh, he didn't get anything done. But actually I got a lot done. It's just funny how not all of it is necessarily relevant to the main thing I was doing. But it's great, right? Because when you figure this side stuff out, in the future, when you run into this thing again, you will be very happy that you did that. Because now you don't have to do any of that stuff anymore, you already solved it, right? So anyway, so it's like it's kind of weird, but that's how I do it. So this is a side thing, but I just discovered this, and this is actually pretty cool. So there's these like modes. Hang on, let me type this out. I don't know what they're actually called because we don't have names for them, but I'm gonna call them modes because I think that's a decent term to describe it. So apparently the postures can go into different modes, and depending on which mode it's in, the code that gets run every frame to like actually update Sonic's movement is different. So there's different modes you can switch between depending on whatever you want to have happen. So in the 2D movement posture, just the normal one for just like 2D running, you know, walking and running, there are 2 modes. So you can see here there's these 2 function pointers. This is the first one, and then there's the second one, right? And if you look at Lost World, it actually also has 2 modes. It has calculate running speed, and it has calculate stop speed, right? So I would presume that this is going to be the same thing in Colors. Because, right, like Lost World, they took Colors code, they copy-pasted it, then they turned it into Lost World, right? So there's a lot of stuff that's actually the same as Colors, because they just didn't bother changing it because they didn't need to. So it's kind of interesting that the movement seems to be so similar, because the movement feels very different between these 2 games, but apparently the basis of this layout is actually really surprisingly similar to Colors. So that's cool. But it would appear that this function is this. And I'm going to copy paste this for faster. Oops. It would appear that this is what's going on here. So if we check out the code for this in Lost World, it's actually going to be broken. Oh no. Peter, why are you like this? Could you just be normal? Okay. Are we normal now? Yeah, we're normal now. Okay. No, go back. Yes. Okay, so, what was I doing? Get parameter, yeah. What's all this? Get path. 0. Yeah, so this is... So they took the Colors code, right? And they added some new stuff to it. And it looks like they actually added a lot. Like, the Lost World code is actually significantly more complicated. There's more stuff for rotating along a path than what it looks like there is in Colors, although this is a kind of big function, maybe. It's not that big, though. That doesn't look that complicated. I think it's good as long as you don't overwhelm yourself with side things. Right, yeah. You gotta not get too far off the trail. But a lot of the side things do end up being relevant. Is the thing. It's kind of weird like that. I don't know what this is. But anyway, this is, I'm pretty darn sure this is the calculate running speed. So that's like the running mode for 2D posture. And then the other one then should be calculate the stop speed, which should be simpler. But maybe it's not. Oh yeah, that's pretty simple there. This one might be big. No, it's pretty freaking simple. Yeah, that is not a complicated function. We could probably implement that like tonight if we wanted to, but it's kind of unrelated to what I was doing. But we'll get to that soon. But the reason I bring it up is just because I want to show you that we've got the modes figured out. That's pretty cool. Let's get the, here we go. So it's got to be the same for the 3D one too then. It's just that we have lost word out of that I can't speak all of a sudden, like automatic running mode, whereas Colors didn't have that yet. So there's a new mode in Lost World that wasn't in Colors. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Back to the main thing. Yeah, I went into this function and that's where everything went crazy. So this one seems to be what calculates the internal force. Because then they add that here. Yeah, this is just the internal force. So we're going to rename it to that. I really hate how I did this, like the syntax of that. This is probably not... What the frick is this, dude? Bro, what are you doing? Move this function to another file. What? Why? Because it's used by calculate running speed, which is part of the 2D standard posture. Oh. So it's not... It's definitely not part of this... Yeah, okay. So it's part of some other function, but we don't know... We won't know which one... Sorry, some other class, but we don't know which one it is. I'm gonna guess C posture common? I'll put it to do. This is actually part of C posture common. What? What am I doing? There we go. So it should be then, well... I don't know about anything, but I'm curious. Did Color's ultimate have any useful leftover self-figure stuff out? No, you're good. Don't worry. Yeah, it does have useful stuff. But it's not. It's like it's very useful, but only under certain very specific circumstances. Because it doesn't have symbols, which is like the names of all of the functions and everything. What it does have is RTTI, the runtime type info, which lets us see like the names of the classes that have virtual functions in them, and you can also find like the member functions from there. So it's pretty useful, but it's only useful sometimes. If the thing we're trying to figure out is like what is the name of this class, then it's like incredibly useful for that. To the point where I don't know if I would have attempted this project if it wasn't for the fact that we, like, seriously attempted it anyway, if it wasn't for the fact that we have that information. Yeah, but for other stuff, like what I'm doing here with trying to figure out what these functions are, there's not really anything in Ultimate for that, sadly. With all the mistakes that Blind Squirrel made, I desperately hoped that they would make one more mistake, which is that they would just accidentally release the symbols. You know, like make a patch for Colors Ultimate that accidentally has the PDB file, right? Just this one mistake, Blind Squirrel. One mistake! But sadly, they did not make that mistake. They just made every other possible one. So... We can't get anything, you know, cool from them, but we can get all the bad stuff. Thanks, Blind Squirrel. Anyway. Yeah. It's very helpful to have that. I have Colors Ultimate open on the second monitor. Well, not the game, but the like a decompilation of the game. So if I need it, I can refer to that, but I haven't needed it yet. So this function is actually kind of a mess, because something is not. Oh wait, this. Never mind. Yeah, that works like it should. Okay, yeah. So I think it's probably like C+ or common, I don't know. And it just has, there's a bunch of floats, there's a physics param, there's vector3s. Don't know what that is, these are floats. It returns a vector3. So if there's anything like that in Lost World, so we do have symbols for Lost World, that's why this program that I made lets me search the symbols from Lost World more easily. So I use that because it's just faster. But a lot of times you get lucky and the functions and colors, like the functions in Lost World are just copy-paste of the functions from colors, right? So if you get the name for the function in Lost World, then that's probably also what the name is for the equivalent thing in colors, right? But not always, obviously. So it's like a guessing game, but it's pretty. For most functions, that's how I like kind of figure out what it does. Well, like what it should be called, rather. There are some that are spot on, like they have the same assembly and everything, and you're like, oh. But there's others where it's less obvious. So get input stick data. You know, it could actually be something like that. What do they do with it? Because, well, right, well they add the Eternal Force. I already knew that. Update Eternal Force. Okay. Why is this its own function? Shouldn't that just? It's kind of complicated. What are we doing? Not. Oh wait, or maybe it was. No. Bro, what are we doing here? Rotate front direction, rotate front target direction. Get parameter. Where's the last get? So, I mean, this is obviously not going to be exactly the same between these two games, but a lot of times it's similar. And all this mess is just bad vector instruction decompilations, so that's if you're like, how are you making sense of that? I'm not. I'm just skipping by those. Because we don't need that for what we're doing, thankfully. Most of the time. Calc translate move force. Oh, see posture error common, that would make a lot of well, no, it wouldn't, because the one is on the ground. Okay, this looks kind of like what we're doing there. That might be this. Maybe. I don't know, but what are we doing with it? It's just a float? Yeah, I don't know. That could be this, maybe. Hey Taz, what's going on? Reminds me at some point Skype was hoping the Gens PDB file would get leaked back when a bunch of Sega stuff got shared around, but I don't think there was a lot of Sonic stuff in there. Oh yeah. Sadly, right? Like, it'd be so useful to us, like, if there were some PDBs. Like, we don't need source code, you know? We just need a PDB. That's already pretty darn good for our purposes, you know? So I don't know, because this is pretty different between these two games, sadly. But I was hoping to see if I could find a name for this. It's a PDB. It seems like a database of some sort. You are correct. I don't remember what the P stands for. It's something database, program database, I think. Yeah, it's program database. And when you compile like C++ code, like for Windows, right? You'll get like an exe file, and then on the side of that you can also get a PDB file. And that just contains, basically it's like a bunch of information that's used for debugging purposes. So it tells you like a bunch of information about the exe. So the main thing that we care about as modders is it basically has a list of all of the like function names from your source code, and then it maps that list to the addresses of the functions that it got compiled to in the exe, basically. And so the reason that the compiler needs that information, or well, the reason it generates that file for you is so that when you run the debugger, like in Visual Studio, right, when you hit debug, it can figure out, like, if you hit pause, for example, it's like, what function are we in? I don't know. We're at some address in the exe, but I don't know what function that is. Well, it can just look at the PDB and it can say, oh, we're at this function, because we're within this range. And the PDB says that that's this function. So anyway, that's what it's used for. But for us, it's super useful because we can look at the PDB and we can be like, oh, here's all the names for everything, and here are the addresses. Interesting. So we don't have to be like, what is this? I'm gonna skip this. We don't have to be like, you know, this is function 804. Sorry, 8004BOB4. We can be like, this is whatever, and it has a name, right? So, yeah. To my knowledge, there is one Sonic game that actually has a PDB leaked. There's probably more that I'm not aware of, but I only know of one. And that is, for some reason, a early demo version, like an unfinished build of Sonic Adventure DX for the Xbox 360 from August 2010. For some reason, that specific build of SADX leaked, and within the leak, there's a PDB file. And that's crazy useful, because you can look at that and it's like, oh my goodness, it tells you so much about that game. So a lot of SADX modders, I think, have been using that. But anyway. And then Lost World has symbols, but it doesn't have, the PDB actually also has other stuff in it too. It can have like the names of like structs and classes, and it can even tell you the layout of the fields inside of those classes, which is insane. I've seen enums be in there. It can tell you the names of all the enum values. It's like, bro. It's like, you don't have source code, but you almost do, right? Anyway, but for the rest of us, we just have to guess. So I don't know what this function is because I just don't know, but I don't think it really actually matters that much that I find out the name of this, because I can just probably or if it's part of C+ or common or not. We'll just move it. Is it this one? Well, first of all, let's like maybe paste it somewhere. Wait, I'm in the wrong place. That's the Open Lost World stuff. I need to be here. So what is this? 8004B. OB4. So So it'd be like right behind this. Somewhere there. It's fine. I'm just trying to figure out how to like do this in the most efficient way possible. It doesn't matter. It's funny because I end up wasting time by trying to do that. It's like, bro, chill out. Sure, why not? Where did I just put that? Cool. Okay, so this is the function that I'm just going to assume it's part of this. It's probably not, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is just wrong. So I should get rid of that as well. There's no void there, man. I guess we can keep those names that way because it doesn't really matter. Well, no, we should make them the same as what we see in Ludra. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hang on. 2 floats. Physics. Vector 3. It's an int, that makes sense. We don't know what this is. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, yeah. And then there are 2 floats. Why is it not complaining? It should be. Oh. There we go. Thought it was being dumb for a second. Okay. So I'm sure this is not like in this order, right? Actually, that would really help if I could just look at the arguments. Because we have like a lot of freaking arguments, but it's like there's like the physics. This whole thing returns, you know, like a vector 3. There's a float. There's actually several floats. And there's like an int or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably something from Lost World 2, but we'll figure out later maybe. So let's make sure we're calling this correctly and then implement it. So kernel force, we have this pointer that's already thing. Delta time, we have dvar3, physics, this, 2 zeros, fr5, which is set to get horizontal velocity length. That's not right because oh, it's set to, no, my bad, it is set to this. Bro, I'm so cooked. And then dvar4, which is actually this. Like dvar3. No, it is dvar4. So after that, right, we do a get the blackboard yet again, and what is this? What are you doing? Oh, this is unrelated entirely, I guess. Oh, I see. Okay, so let's just say, like... Fill that in a second. If that flag is not set. I don't know what that does, but this flag modifies it. So the reason that this is, that I have an enum for this instead of just typing these numbers directly is because this way I can change the names later. I can do the Control RR and then change all the names at once, right? So like you can see I've done that with a few of them. So like this one was param0xc and now its name has been changed to jump all timer because I found out that it was the jump all timer, right? So most of these are probably never going to get a name because figuring out what they do is just such a pain, and we don't really need to know because all that matters is that we use the right number, right? But some of them will be obvious and some of them I'll figure out with time, so I do want to be able to fill them in like that. I think that's a nice thing to be able to do. You have to plan ahead a little bit, right? Oh yeah, I like have temporary instance to do. So, the reason I'm going in here... Did I play the song? Silly? This is the short version, but I don't care. Do you have any music suggestions that won't be like a copyright problem? So if you do, let me know. Okay, so let's see. Can it be any game? I guess. As long as it's not as long as it's not a problem for YouTube. I guess I already filled this one in. I filled in a lot of them apparently. So that's cool. So this is 0.2, whatever this number is, right? 0.2. Unless this flag is not set, in which case we set it to 0. So yeah. Anyway. I think I'm gonna set it to false because, yeah, for now. Okay, so anyway, we do this whole thing, and then we say physics.add internal force, which hopefully is something that I implemented. I don't know if I did. Looks like I did not. Okay. So let's find that. Oh no. What is it used in? It's only used in C move stomping, which for some reason is actually a thing in Lost World. Is that that's not the bounce bracelet, is it? Or not the, you know what I mean? Not the bounce bracelet, but like the bounce move that's on the gas. I think that's This might be unused code. So if that's the case, hopefully it's left over in the PC version. Hey, Bob. Why Sonic Winter Games DS maybe? Tekken 4 OST? Or Galaxy OST? Those are all pretty good. Let me see. Why are there's like multiple soundtracks, like playlist for the Olympic Games one, and one of them has like, oh, there's Olympic Games and there's Olympic Winter Games. My bad. I see what's going on. Yeah, thanks. I think I might also try Galaxy. I'm not sure about Tekken only because they probably don't copyright them, but I just don't want to risk it for. It's just such a pain to like deal with that on YouTube when you get like the claims. It's just like, man. But Galaxy should be fine. Let's see if this extension is even still working. I think I already have the Galaxy OST on my hard drive actually too. So that's cool. If the YouTube one doesn't work, we can try that as also. I mean, I'll try it anyway, but let's see if I can find it. Yeah, there's way too many OSTs on my hard drive for some reason, bro. Here's the Galaxy one. Disc 1 and Disc 2. So I don't know, should I like shuffle between all of these? Maybe it doesn't hurt. Because I mean, it doesn't really matter, it's music. You know? Let's see. Hopefully, if the volume is different. Oh. Okay, yeah. So the YouTube. Oh, no, wait, that's working now. YouTube plugin. I was gonna say. Let's see if I can like merge these. That's a crazy idea, but I think that would work. Yes. Okay, so it should be shuffling now between both of those OSTs. Oh, I was like, why are we playing New Venture? Never mind, that's from the DS OST. Wait, really? That's sick. I didn't know they had like the Rush adventure themes in this game. Well, like remixes of them. Wow. Wait, Night of the Wind, Endless Possibility. What the frick? Cool. You're telling me there's a DS game that has a remix of Endless Possibilities on it, and I never knew about that? Hang on, I want to hear that. Wait, is this... Yo! I don't know if you can hear that very well, it's kind of quiet, I guess. That's sick! I never knew about that. It's nice to hear a sequence version. Yeah, it helps me fulfill my ultimate stupid nerd fantasy of having an Unleashed DS version that's similar to Colors DS. Ooh, Night of the Wind? Wait, is this... Yo! I don't know if you can hear that very well, it's kind of quiet, I guess. It's nice to hear a sequence version. Yeah, it helps me fulfill my ultimate stupid nerd fantasy of having an Unleashed DS version that's similar to Colors DS. Ooh, Night of the Wind? Well, I told it to just shuffle this entire thing, so I don't know why it's only playing these. It should also do Galaxy songs. It's actually really cool. Yeah, that's I've never heard those before. Wow. Yes, that should be a Galaxy song. Okay, cool. I don't know how the volume's gonna be though, because it sounds like they're quieter for the Galaxy song, so I might have to adjust it. Let me go back and forth. These are just peaceful. That's the thing. They're so nice. It's like, welcome back to my stream. I take like a sip of tea. Today we're going to be doing more reverse engineering of Sonic colors. It's like, I like that Radfordhound. He's a jolly old chap. That man. Okay, so this is part of C move stomping. Oops. That's great how like bad of a move that would be in so many cases on a live stream. Like if Fidel did that. Just that one little mistake. Desktop, you know, capture. Windows key tab. Fidel, you better make sure you don't have anything sus open, okay? I'm just saying. So calculate is the last one. So the reason we're doing this is because there is a function call here to add internal force somewhere. Oh, this is gonna be a mess, isn't it? Bro. Not too fond of that. It's actually pretty early. Okay, if this is 0, get horizontal velocity, do all this weird stuff. Is this set horizontal velocity? I don't know. And then, oh no, this is the else case, I guess. Adventure Tours, Frosty's theme. That might be... How's the volume? I don't know. Maybe a little quieter. I don't know, it's really hard for me to tell how good, like... So, alright, there's another call to get horizontal velocity here. So then this is get normal. We need to call this on Twitter. Twitter.getNormal. Alright, and then add internal force. That's probably what this is. Prime 4 is not C physics though, so I'm dead wrong. Oh no, I'm remembering this like stupid meme now. I can't explain it, I'm sorry. Okay, gravity up direction. Nav velocity, so it's before this. Why is there like so much extra stuff? Did it get inlined weird or something? Cause like I don't understand why Param 3 wouldn't be a part of it. Yo! That song public domain? Must be because they used it in the game. That's pretty cool. So, what is up with this? Like, I might just be stupid. I don't see that being used here. Getting in our, like, classical music. It's pretty cool. Like, what did the optimizer do? You know? It's like, what did it actually do, though? This is probably set horizontal velocity, right? But actually, no, I don't know what the frick that is. Because there's no... Oh, I see what it did. Okay, yeah. Freddy? 5 Fred. 5 Fred. Look out, Sonic! Freddy! Freddy Fazbear is coming. I didn't see that movie. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Was it good? Like, legit question. So it's like after get normal, the next function call. So it should be like this. Or no, it's not that though, because this is basically a scale. No, it's not. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, I mean... Can't keep doing that. There we go. But it's still, no, it should be right now. Okay, there it is. Alright. That took way longer than it should have. Sorry about that. I think I'm a little out of it, actually. As MatPat as Ness, so that's something. As Ness? Huh. I know there was a cameo of... I knew there was a cameo of MatPat in the movie, but I didn't know about that. Hey, Xendus, how you doing? That is true. It's Sonic's, what is it, 33rd anniversary? But it's also Spectrum Sunday. So we've got our priorities straight here. So this function is only called in one place in the entire game. So we are very lucky that they called this one time. Because if they hadn't, then we would need to re-implement this. Not that it looks like that it's that hard to re-implement. Except it would be if C Physics doesn't have internal force, so I'm glad that, very glad that it does. So then I don't know what's up with this here. They get the front, I mean we can just say front. They get the horizontal velocity, we can just call it that as well. They get the dot product of those things, and if it's less than 0, then they set it to 0. So they just They just make it so the minimum that it can possibly be is 0. Only heard about it on Twitter. I have no clue if they call him by name in that movie if it was a production joke. That's kind of fun. I like that they seemingly got people who care, at least. Enough to like put in like a joke like that or something. Okay, apparently I didn't implement this correctly either, so that's cool. I think we can actually just safely like... that. Now we need to implement this correctly. Very fun. What's the easiest? Oh wait, those calculate. C posture ceiling hang. I feel like that's just not the best name. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. No, I almost did it again. Using the Sonic namespace instead of app. Because they renamed it to app in Lost World. Nux is playing Terraria instead of working on some arbitrary mod? Unacceptable! Having a fun time and relaxing instead of working on Sonic? It's like, what do I pay you for? You don't pay me anything. Oh, that's right. Right, I was sorry. Fired. You're fired. But you never hired me. Just playing Wind Waker for 10 hours and it's only processed 4 hours of it. You mean you streamed it? Bro. YouTube's trying to cut back a little bit. Gotta keep that budget down. Not enough people paying for premium. YouTube premium, that is. Okay, so it's less than 0, then we set this to 0. Otherwise, we keep it the same. So I'm stupid, and I can't... Isn't it like a max? Because, let's see, if like you do a max between the value and then 0, right? So if 0 is the bigger value, then you set it to 0. Right. Otherwise, you set it to the value, which is what we want. Yeah, and if it's equal, then it doesn't matter, so just use one of them. Okay. So it's like an F max between 0. Why did you go to that one? I don't know. And this. Okay, and then finally they do this thing, and they pass FR5 into this, and they actually multiply it by this value first. So they do a few things with that. Yes, OBS kept going in the red like 5 times, and I have no idea why. Everything was fine. Yeah, that just happens. Like, YouTube was bugging hard today, of all days. I'm sorry, that stinks. It's annoying. It can happen because of, like, your CPU or GPU being overloaded. It can also happen because of your internet. And it can also just be that YouTube is the problem. So who knows? It's funny. I feel like the more that you like do with computers, the more that you like understand them. You know that like what is the meme? The one that's like the bell curve or whatever, where like on the left hand side you have someone who's like a complete like novice, right? Then in the middle you have someone who's like intermediate, and on the right you have like an advanced, like senior or whatever. So like on the left, you'd have someone who's like, computers are weird, buggy magic that no one understands. And then in the middle you'd have someone who's like, no, computers make perfect sense. They're logical and everything about them can be controlled and it always happens for a reason. And on the right you have the advanced developer who's like, computers are weird, buggy magic that no one understands. It's just weird. It's like, I don't know if I explained that well. I feel like there's real truth to that. So this function, I don't remember what this one is. So let's figure it out, I guess. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is this one. It's a C+ common function, and it doesn't look that bad, except I don't know what these are. I don't know what that is. It might have been my CPU, but it was showing normal numbers for me. If it didn't say encoding overloaded at the bottom of OBS, then it probably wasn't that. It's probably just the internet. It didn't say that? Yeah, it's probably internet then. So it could either be on your side, it could be on the ISP's side, or it could be on YouTube's side. So that's... I don't know. The internet, it's just like, something happened. Who knows? Oh, I think I said this in the last stream, but we have fiber now, fiber internet, which is great, because for years we did not. And it's been good. Like it's noticeably, like, it's so much better. But for some reason there's been some issues with it at first. There was one point where it just stopped working. Like, the internet just dropped off, and it came back a few minutes later, and then it kept doing that. And at some point it stopped, and it just wouldn't come back. And, you know, we tried everything, and we just waited for a while and thought that maybe it would just, you know, maybe it was on their end. But a day or two later, it still was not back, and it's like, we need internet. You know, we can't just keep living off of using our phones to get work done. So we, like, contacted them. They sent somebody out, and they looked at everything for like 30 minutes, just completely, like, puzzled, like, what? And finally they figured out what it was. The freaking cable somehow came disconnected under the ground. Like, the dang thing just unplugged. So they had to bring it back up, plug it in, and then put it back down again. That was cool. That was cool when that happened. It wasn't the internet because everything else was working fine. Oh. Might be YouTube then. But I like how we just have this amazing luck all the time. So did I implement this? No, I did not. Okay, so we have to do that. Started as YouTube because the stream preview playback was glitched the whole time. I had to refresh every hour. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised if it's YouTube. They have issues every once in a while, you know. So is there anything like this in Lost World? annoying how there's so we could use this one. Oh no. There's truly no like VF table there. Interesting. Well, I mean, it's one of these if it exists at all, right? But, like, it would be nice if we could just I guess it's probably not there. Okay, well, once again, I don't know what this is. So we gotta just, like, trying to figure this out, I guess. Well, actually, first of all, can we look at this? Yeah, what are we looking at here? We got, like, a float, a float, a float, a float, this pointer, the physics pointer, a vector 3, and 1, which is an int, I guess. So vector 3, int. I don't know why there's another vector 3 here. I don't know if that's right. We have 2 floats, physics, and there's 2 other floats as well that I took off. So we'll bring those back. I've never seen that happen ever, like that was a new one to me. I don't think I've seen the stream preview be glitched. I've seen YouTube have issues before though. Like, I remember it going down for an hour or two and it was like on Google's side. Although to be fair, that was a while ago. So that stuff doesn't usually happen so much anymore because they've gotten better with like keeping the server stable, you know. But sometimes, you know, the freaking moon aligns and you get some bizarre bug and it's like, what's going on? I have no idea. So F3, I see that's being used, and I don't see F4 here, but it's probably being used. Oh wait, I just saw it, yeah. Okay, so, yeah, so those are definitely part of this. See, the cool thing is, because of how PPC works, we don't actually know the order that these float variables come in the arguments list. We don't know that. Because the floats come into the function via these float registers, the F1, F2, F3, and F4. Whereas every other variable comes into the R registers, right? And so we don't know. Like, you could move these anywhere in the list and it will still be the same decompilation. But in their code there was actually one order for those, right? We just don't know what that is. It doesn't really matter that much to know, I guess, because as long as we're passing in the right thing to the right place, then it's all good. It doesn't matter what order we pass it in. But it's kind of frustrating to not know what that is. So, this is a virtual function, and it's one that comes right before, like... Actually, it's at the very end. So let's see, we have set up for change dimension. If we can just get him to like rotate, I think that'll be a good enough spot to stop for tonight. Funnily enough, so we'll just focus on that. I want to stop at like midnight, you know. But I want to actually be back next week. I want to freaking die again. Jeez. There was so much stuff going on. I was like, bro, I can't stream. And then the next week I'm like, can't stream again. And then the next week I'm like, this is pathetic. Okay, so that is the last one in the base posture, but in C posture common there are actually more. I don't know if it's a void. This comes here. I should look to see like if it returns something. Well, it's hard to say because that function down here, I mean, is actually, it's like a weird thing, but it might return. Oh wait, no, it does, right? Because it does. No, I don't actually know if that returns or not. We'll just say void for now because we don't know. Okay, so then here are the insane arguments. We have the physics. We have a float. One of them is going to be delta time. We have another float. We have a vector 3. And I don't know if this is like constant or not. It's probably constant. Yeah. It's constant. Gram 5. Apparently all that we do is we check if it's null or not. So that might not be a vector 3. I don't know why it's assumed that's a vector 3. Did I put that in because of this? Can't remember. I don't even see that. I see like at this pointer I see physics. There's one vector 3. But there's not a second one. So that's probably the int. Yeah, that's gotta be that int. So what's param 6 then? It's not used. Yeah, so that's the int. It's like the modern vintage gamer videos. Mistakes were made. I like the YouTuber references. I don't know. That's fun. You know, it's really cool to see him. He's a cool YouTuber. It's really cool to see him make videos on things that like what my friends made. I don't know. That's just cool for some reason. It's like, oh, new video on my feed. What's this? It's like, oh, cool. Alright, this is such a, like, it's like, what I'm doing is not hard right now, it's just taking so long. Okay, so this pointer, we have a physics pointer, we're gonna pass that in. We have, I guess, delta time. This float, which is 600 for some reason, that's kind of a large number. We have this float, which is 360. Wonder if it's going to be related to a degree. I don't know. Yes, it is. Wow. There's a degree to rating? Yeah, degrees to radians. That's just times this, divided by that. Yeah, so I got that right. What? Oh, it's because the order is wrong. Because I don't know what the order is, so like... This feels bad, like not knowing what order the arguments is in. That's really upsetting. There's a float, and then there's one more float. Which is this whole thing. So that is, for some reason, 600 times 0.6 times FR5. I don't know. That's what they do. I don't know if the return value of this is used or not, because I don't know if it returns anything or not. But we know that we call this. So the only thing then is, I think this is actually, this to-do is done now as well, because that was just about this. Yeah, so that's actually all implemented now. Probably gonna need to get some water soon, 'cause I'm running out. Water moment. Okay, so this should compile, right? But unless I mess something up, which is possible. You know what? I'm gonna get water while this compiles. Oh, I can't use a water emoji because it doesn't work. It's sad. Alright, be right back. It's real water hours. Hey, Sean Sonic fan, how you doing? Let's go! So many water emojis. Phone died, but I'm back. Let's go! Currently going through Color's Egg Shuttle up to Asteroid Coaster. Oh, yo, nice. Meant to go through a full run yesterday, but I couldn't time it right. Hope it's still the 23rd, because it was my Sonic thing. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun thing to do. Yeah, I saw there was some channel that was doing like a... What was it? They were trying to get through like every 3D Sonic game before the 23rd. They started like 2 days before, I think. That's kind of fun too. That's challenges like that are fun. Sorry. So what were we doing? So this right here. We need to implement that function. So it did build, but also this is not implemented. We need to implement that. Yeah, so actually I think this is the one we need to start with. Right? I forget. Actually, I should probably check that. If I'm not mistaken, I did reset this back to normal, right? Yeah, it looks pretty normal. Yeah, cool. Alright, so... So is it this one or is it this one? I forget. I think the second one actually is the one that does the rotation and this one does the movement, but maybe I'm completely wrong about that. So we get rid of this one. What changes? Yeah, this one does the movement, but we can still rotate. So if we want to move, we need to implement this function. If we want to rotate, we need to implement the other one. Let me undo that again so that I don't forget. Okay, that makes sense, right? Because this handles the add internal force, this does something else. So... which one is easier to implement? That's the question, right? It's 4BO. I think it didn't put it there because it's too silly. Okay, hang on. Bro, I don't have time for this. Oh, this is actually the one I was looking for, never mind. Okay, so this is the one that causes the rotation to work. And the other one is here. This causes the movement to work. So the movement one requires, first of all, we call this. That's just checking off flags. That's pretty simple. This is probably C-based posture. Yeah, this is one of those. We have time to implement both, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how complicated it is. This is definitely a bool, by the way. It's not just returning the flag. And it's at this call. Come on, Peter, don't be weird. Now, I do wonder if we, like, look real fast. I don't know. What is this even in? Grind? Always on that grind. Like, it's in here and I didn't figure it out? That's weird. Maybe we can figure this out. Let me check one thing real fast, and if I don't figure it out, then I will give up on this side quest. Oh, it's right here. Just click it. This is broken. Looks too simple. Where's the... I don't know where did the override go? Yeah, clear overrides. Stop that. Stop being weird. There we go. So what I wanted to see is right here. Yeah, they check something. But it looks like the way that that's done has been changed in Lost World, so no, this doesn't map to. Yeah, I don't know what this flag does. I was hoping I could figure it out real fast, but I don't know. But they check. So that's kind of a problem actually that I don't know. Because I need to know. They check if that flag is set. Yeah, or not. If it is set, they do this. Otherwise, they do this if param 5, which is an int, is 0. Otherwise, they do this. So I have no idea. Maybe param 5 is a bool, actually. That would make sense. But let's just implement it the way that they did for now to make sure that we have it accurate. So I don't know what this is all about, but this handles like the... It's a beautiful song, by the way. Handles the movement. This... Oh no. I mean, it's not so bad, it's just a lot of stuff that's really annoying to implement. It's like gonna take a long time to type this nonsense out. So what's the other one? The other candidate? AC14. Right here. This is the one that does the rotation. This is what I initially set out to do, so maybe we should just do this. There are 2 functions. Yeah, just 2 so far. 3. It's 944. I think there's 3 functions that we have to figure out for this. This is kind of weird. I don't know what that one's about. This one doesn't look too bad. Looks pretty. It's like kind of weird, but it looks pretty simple, right? Overall. And this one's just like this is just like CSL like. What is it? Min. If param 1 is less than param 2, then use param 1. So yeah, it's like min. Is that right? Maybe it's under math. Oh man, that's gonna drive me crazy now. Where is that? It's under UT. I feel like it is, but I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know why I care so much. This is just a min. Okay. It's another min. Oh, we don't know what that is. But it looks like it's just set rotations, so... Well, no, it does something to the rotation and then it sets it. It does something, I don't know. That makes sense. So, because Lost World does something like this, right? Like when you rotate, you know. So there has to be something like this in Lost World, right? I mean, update pitch and roll is kind of interesting, right? Also, the fact that this is like a virtual function, but I think I would have checked that. Set up for change dimension, that's the last one. Yeah, so no, it doesn't have... Doesn't have anything, I guess. No equivalent to this. Apply air resistance. That's kind of interesting. Internal force. Get sliding velocity for air? Calculate falling slide. There's so many of these. It would be in here, if this is equivalent at all, which it might not be. There's like the last two functions, and there's the weird one. There's like, these are fascinating. Like rotate front direction, that seems like that's doing what we're trying to do. So what is this symbol? So we got C physics. We have a float. We have a vector 3. We have another float, and we have another float. Let me get rid of that. So what actually happens here? It's a lot of vector stuff, I don't know. And then we call this this one, I guess, is not a discall function. It is just like a normal one. Can probably actually get rid of, no, get rid of that. C physics. Yes. Vector 3. Another vector 3. Float and another float. Alright, real coding hours, very exciting. Definitely not the most boring thing I've ever seen. Oh, this is probably that function that we were looking at earlier. Maybe? Because it does a similar thing where it calls set rotation later. Oh, this one constructs it from 3 vector 3s, which makes sense. Yeah, there's like, I don't know, like up and, you know, the different axes. Whatever. Was that called by this? Yeah. But it does it from a, quaternion. Here we go. Wait, so what's this one? I don't know what the difference is between these. That's kind of weird. Like this does something, copies it here first. So maybe it does something more than just set rotation. It like sets something else too. It's like it sets something and it also sets the rotation. But I don't know what the something is. So, so much to keep track of, I'm sorry. I'm like trying to keep like focus on this, but it's like, where do you go now? Let's see, I was looking at, okay, rotate front target direction, rotate front direction, go back to calc internal for normal, and yeah, this is the last function call they make, and it's virtual in colors, but in Lost World I guess it's not like that anymore. That's understandable. The weird part is like how they do this. So okay, get front, get horizontal velocity, right? Those are still same. They pass that into rotate front target direction, which has like, you know, yeah, the physics. This is weird. What is this about? See, these constants are not the same at all either, right? It'd be nice if we could find, like, you know... So there was that one, like, 600 or whatever. It'd be nice if we could find that. But I guess it's too different. So I was hoping to figure out, like, what the heck that name is called. Like, what this does. But I don't know. So we'll just have to wing it again. Okay, screw me, I guess we'll just wing it. We'll do it live. That is quite the float. Prime 4. Yeah, but what is it? It's a vector 3. That's my first ever egg shovel? Nice. Let's go. Yeah, those are fun. I like the egg shuttle stuff. Because it's, you know, it's like it's a good length for a little challenge like that. Because it's not like super long, but it's like a few hours, right? So it's like, it's kind of fun. You just pick it up, you play for a few hours, you have a good time. It's like, alright, try to beat your score, you know? It's cool. Okay, so is out of control. Let's just replace it with this. And that's also if it's not as out of control. I don't know if that even matters to like comment that because it works, but I don't know, I want to be complete. So only in that case do they do anything here. Oh no, what's this? Okay, cool. I was hoping it was not something more complicated. So then, construct a matrix from this, and the problem is, you don't know what that is. Frick. Okay, well that's a problem. I don't know of an easy way to figure that out. What's going on? Hang on. Apparently, Mule is like getting a memory overload error when she's trying to use Chrome. It's interesting. I've never seen that. Hang on. My time was 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 2 seconds. With a total score of 58,652,590. Yeah, not bad. That's cool. Those are fun, those are fun to do. I have no memory of what mine is. I'd have to check. That's pretty cool. I tried to get sub 2 hours, but I don't remember if I did. I don't think I did. I think that would be like speedrun territory at that point. I don't think I pulled that off. But that's really cool. Like, genuinely. So the problem here is that we have this matrix. In the physics, but I don't know what the matrix is. It's over. Oh, sorry, it's a quaternion. There are apparently several of these. So it's like, it's not just the rotation, right? Because it's lower down, it's something else. It's like, what the frick could this be? Is it like input rotation or something? Or maybe it's like relative to the camera or something? I don't know. If we check the, like, C physics struct in Lost World, maybe we can figure it out. Probably not, but it's worth a shot. No, there aren't like other just freestanding quaternions like that. Cool. So this may or may not be a thing that's even in Lost World. And if it isn't, that's going to be a huge pain for us. Frick, what is this? I don't know, they get this value, they construct a matrix from it, and then they invert the matrix. Then they, like, if it was inverted, they... What is that? What are you even doing? Like, if it equals 0, so true, for example, we add negative... I don't know, this is like a weird decompilation thing where they're doing some check with the bool. They set it to infinity, I guess, if it's not... I don't know why that decompiled incorrectly. Something weird's going on there, but they set the matrix to that. This is actually another function. Oh yeah, man, I don't know, but like the levels of stuff we're gonna have to do tonight to get this one stupid thing to work. I want Sonic to rotate. I want him to move. This is funny, we could like... the easiest way to go about this. Because a lot of this is actually not as bad as it seems, right? Because most of this is just like copy what they're doing, that's all you have to do. The only one that's really bad... I mean, this isn't bad. This one is a pain. This looks like a pain to implement this. Like, what are you doing? Why are there so many, like... Look at this. This is a huge pain, this one. It's doable, but it's just a huge pain. So I don't know about that. But they call that one several times, so we need to do that if we want to make that work. The, like... The real one that I think is going to trip me up here is this. Oh, good. We gotta have Gusty Garden. Come on. You can't not have that. This is bad because we don't know what that value is, and I have no good way of finding out what it is. So that's a problem. And you know, there's these undefined values here, but I don't know. It doesn't look like there's really an equivalent to the Quaternion in Lost World, so I don't know what this is even supposed to like map to, right? And that's concerning. Because again, if anything C physics-wise doesn't line up, then we have to like redo it, and that's gonna be another huge pain. So, like, what is the best way to go about like tonight? Like, what can I do tonight? We can wrap this up with. I mean, where is this matrix used? They put it here. It's used here. So it's probably like related to the input, right? Or something. I don't know. It looks like it has to be related to the input, right? Because we're taking the direction on the stick, right? And we're like rotating Sonic based on that. But also we have to take into account the camera. Because like if we're looking at Sonic from a different angle, you know? Like if we're looking at him from like, we're looking at the front of Sonic, you know? Like down should mean that he walks forward. Whereas if the camera's behind him, then down means, you know, walk backwards. That means forward. So like we have to take both of those into account. So I assume this rotation inside the physics is just basically a value that's used for that. But I really don't know. And I don't know how to figure it out either. This is another weird one because this sets the rotation, but it does something to it first. Does this. This is actually, like, I could probably actually throw this into, like... I could probably throw this into freaking, like, GPT, and it would be like, oh, I know what that is. Like, I'm joking, but also, I think that would actually work. I'm just curious enough to try that. Like, screw me, maybe that works. What does this function do? I guess I should say, what operation does this function perform on the Quaternion? Because it's like... There's another one. And then yet another one. Yeah. Can you figure that out? It appears to implement quaternion multiplication between param 1 and param 2. Quaternions are a type of hyper-complex number. Yeah, I know what a quaternion is. It breaks it down. Is that actually right? This is like x1. It's like x2, right? Oops. I don't know, because I don't know what the normal quaternion multiplication is supposed to look like, but that might be correct. It's sometimes good at simple things like that, that I happen to really not be good at. So... Oh, well, I can't. They call PS quat multiply, who would have guessed? That's impossible to read that. What does this do? I don't know. Hello. Could it be that instead of being constructed on a random function, it's just this? Camera view matrix? That could very well be correct. That would actually make sense. So you might be right about that. Because I don't know what, like, the frick this does. Like, why they would have it as a quaternion, right? But you might be right about that. They invert the matrix here. I don't know if, like, the camera view one in Lost World is, like, already inverted or not. I mean, I guess we could just, like, look at the values of this and kind of compare it to what we get from Lost World and see, you know, see what's going on here. It's kind of a huge pain, but maybe we can do that. What is it passed into again? Is it, like, R4, right. I mean, sure, it's worth a shot. There we go. I was like, why is it not hitting? Wait, so it's R4. Yeah. Okay, so this should be the matrix then, I guess? It does look like one, okay. So this is before we invert it. What did I put in here? Oh yeah. Let's just write this down. And then compare it to what we get in Lost World, right? Stupid, but you know. Witness my excellent formatting. This is some, you know, like error number. That actually happens a lot. It floats. I think that is the matrix, but I mean, I don't. Maybe I messed up, but that looks right. So what is this 0 again in physics? Is that R4 is physics? Yeah. Yeah, so at this point in time that should be that's the result. Which is B8. Okay, so I think I did screw up. Doggone it. It's R3. Hate when I do that. We had BC. Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna have to type that again. Bro, that stinks. I hate that. Okay. This actually looks like a correct matrix, yes. I just want to see if these values are at all similar to what we get in Lost World, right? Because I think they, you know, ideally they should be. Okay, that should be it. So, I don't know. Let's just put it here. Did I not? Yeah, I don't know if I implemented this. Hang on. Where's that at? It's position history. Yeah, here we go. Velocity, the time There's the unknown flags, and then there's this. And there's another... Okay, something is wrong. Wait, what is this padding? Oh no. So we have the ground info here. And then more padding. So that's unknown 9 in Lost Road API, I guess? And so this is the camera view matrix. What is this? Is this unknown 7? And then something else as well? I don't know. It's 256 times 4. Yeah, that's just the padding there, so I don't know what's up with this. Size T would be 4 bytes, right? Yeah, so someone's wrong and it's probably me, if I had to guess. Let's look at this again. I've made a continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't accept to be forgiven. Yeah, it was simply for the bit. Thanks, Taz. I really appreciate the apology. You know, it's what I would say if I wasn't doing a bit. That OC padding you have is alignment. But why did I do that? Because this is already aligned, right? Wait, 1 4 1 4 4 1 4 1 4 4 1 4 1 4 4. Yeah, it stays the same size. Okay. I don't know what I was cooking, but thank you, man. Unknown 7 is your M flags. Okay. Oh, thanks. Okay, got it. Yeah, I see. Got it. Thank you. You're right. Yeah, then the padding is just nothing. Okay. Cool. I don't know why I put padding there. I guess it's just because I didn't know if there was something there or not. Okay, but thank you. I appreciate that. So, okay, so this is the camera, I'll just call it that. Why not? Alright, thanks. Actually, let's start, this is weird, but let's start building it now because I think there's gonna have to be a lot of stuff that gets rebuilt. So while that's building, let's type this. And all I want to do is just like... Succeeded, cool. I guess just see what the value is. Let's just do something like that. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. I think I can still spin dash. I always forget if I've broken that yet or not. Looks like I haven't. It's crazy how much slower Lost World is, you know? Oh no. Oh no, we're fine. Somehow I triggered that. I don't want to trigger that yet. So here we go. It's like, let me get the spring. Now I want to trigger it. Okay. So, the value of matrix is this whole thing, which is going to be fun to compare to this. It doesn't look the same because there's these huge positions or whatever values here. Whereas color doesn't seem to have something like that. But I don't know. So colors might just be the input, maybe? Thanks, though. It's worth a shot. Like, I don't know. Strange to see how slow Sonic is comparing Lost World to Colors when the latter is already significantly slower than Generations, and I assume Unleashed. Yeah, it's like they just kept slowing him down for a while. It's kind of funny. There's nothing in here that looks like that, I guess. You could look at all the padding. Nah. This is gonna be a huge pain. Because I don't know what that maps to. It's got to be, though, like, you know, like relevant to the like the input stick, right? Because otherwise I don't understand how, like, these are pretty small values in this matrix. Right? So, like, there doesn't seem to be like a position element to this at all. It's just like a rotation. Yeah, but I don't know. So like we still can't move out of the spring because we don't have the rotation working yet in the 3D air movement. So let's kind of see if physics also have some so many rotation histories like Lost World. That's a good question. I forget. I don't think it does. Actually, yes, it does. My bad. Yeah, apparently I found out that it did. I mean, the quaternion you found is a rotation history, but they don't keep that many instances. It looks like it's something separate because they have. So I named this vector 3 that I found get up, and the reason I named it that is because the function get up in Lost World apparently seems to be just a field that they just use directly in colors. So like the way that it's mapped is different, right? This maps to get up in Lost World. So I assume that these quaternions are probably a similar deal, where like this is just a field in colors, but in Lost World they made it a function where it has to compute it from something. But I don't know. Not matrix. What am I doing? Like, it could be get rotation for move collision, I guess. What else do we have that gets something? Never mind. Yeah, it's really a pain figuring these all out. Get camera access. Camera vector. Get drawn position. Get gravity scale. Yeah, let's see. Get pitch and roll. Okay. Get right. Get rotation from up. There's a lot of things that could be. I wonder if it's like input related. Posture input force. So just return that as a float. So it wouldn't be a quaternion. Right? Why did this not... Oh. It's a vector 3. Looks like. This is gonna be broken because of Ghidra, but wait, it actually isn't. I guess. No, wait, yes it is. Because if I, like, do this, what happens is it maps it to R3. That's not actually what the Greenhill compiler does. It, for some reason, maps this to R4. And it maps this to R3 still. So you have to use custom storage and swap it, and it's like the worst. I should probably try to just fix that extension. But this is what it does. Yeah. So anyway, that's a vector 3. Get pitch and roll. Alright. Screw me, is it like... Is it Beethoven? Is it Mozart? I don't remember. Mix up my classical musicians. Looks like it's a quaternion, I guess. So maybe it's this. I don't know, it could be. This call, yeah, and then... It's fun. Alright. Yep, just take your... There we go. Take your time. So it could be this. This is only called by one function. No, please undo that. There we go. And this is not called by anything. Great. Well, so I guess this function is not going to be left over in the PC version. So I can't just easily test that. Okay, so what else do we have that we can check? I mean, it could be this. That'd be cool if it was this. Probably not. I should check what the value is of the quaternion before I pass it in. Right here. It's going to be the R4 register. Why is that not firing? It's only when we move. Okay, interesting. This is the quaternion. So I guess this is the quaternion. And then the... Let's see, does this change when I like rotate the stick? If I pull it down, for example, right? It did in fact change. Change to this. Wait, so pulling it down makes it exactly just like 0? I don't feel like that's a little too perfect, you know? Like, you're telling me I didn't hit that stick at like even a slight angle? Maybe it normalizes it or something, I don't know. So let's hold up again then. Oh, actually it did change the number again, yeah. Oh, it went back to this when I hold up. Okay, alright, so it does look like it's related to the rotation of the stick. Let's get a quaternion to Euler angles converter going. Here we go. Here's one. So let's first of all, screw it, I'll just pull it up here. You can see it. So that's the no. That's the rotation that I got when I held down on the stick. So when I hold up on the stick, so the Euler angles are this. It's negative 180. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Hang on. That's the rotation that I got. I didn't realize W and Z were swapped. Yeah, there we go. It's 0, 0, 0. I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. Okay, my bad. So this is what I got when I held up on the stick. Wait, it just like got rid of that. Oh, because it's so small, it's basically 0. Okay. I didn't think about that until now, but yeah, that's weird. Why is it so freaking small? Is R4 the same still? It is. Okay, I got this again this time, so I don't know if it actually is related or not. Could it be like what is that? Could be Sonic's rotation or something? So maybe if we remove this for a moment, so that we can, you know, this is like a different angle, right? Sonic Heroes! Ooh. The DS is trying its hardest. That's kind of cool. See, it doesn't fire at all unless I hold the stick. Then it does. Okay, so R4. It's still this like 0, 0, 0 rotation, right? Could it be the difference in rotation from the last frame or something? Like, I really don't know. Is F5 the shortcut to keep playing? What is the shortcut for that? Is there a shortcut for that? Because now I hit down, so it should be pretty different this time. But it looks to be exactly the same. Is there a way to... I don't know. We can do like a breakpoint, but... I love all these little things like this that are just like such a pain for no good reason. You do that. Oh, you did what I told you to do. I see. Only when you read. Oh wait, only when you write. Forgive me. He's tired. And where's this at? Because DF, it's like I'd like it to be the whole quaternion, but I mean honestly, if it just that it's the one, then that's fine too. Oh, it changed. Okay, now it's this. That's that again. Notice how it's always just that. So is it ever Sometimes it's becoming... No, it's always just going between that tiny number and 0. Okay, actually, this is interesting. I'm seeing a little pattern here. Let's pull it over, maybe. So this is the number that we're watching, okay? Notice how it's this tiny number that's like 002441, okay? It's always that number. When he first hits the spring, it's 0. And it stays 0 up until about next frame, maybe. And the one after that? Yeah, this one. This, I believe, is the exact frame where the out of control wears off and you get to control Sonic again. So that's kind of interesting. So when the out of control is active, the rotation is set to 000 effectively, but when it's not active, it's set to this very tiny number. If I hold the stick, it's like, I don't know, even though I'm moving the stick, it's like, I guess the game can't read that or something. Do I have to be focused on the window, maybe? Do I really just... Is there really not a hotkey for this? There has to be. There's stop, there's reset. Where is play? Bro. Toggle pause. Is it F10, I think? I guess it's F10. Yeah, it's F10. Oh, good, okay. So I'm gonna try to rotate the stick and see if this number changes. It's not changing, it's just the same. That's so freaking weird. It's always the same value. This one. Every single frame. Every time, no matter what I do. Unless we're in out of control, in which case it's this. Either way, this is such a tiny float value that it's basically 000 anyway, so I don't... It only reads the input for focus. Yeah, that seems to be what it is. It's probably setting for it. Probably. I don't know. It works to hit the hotkey, at least. That's actually fascinating that it's still being written even though I'm here. Oh, okay, it got set to some really tiny number when I hit the ground. And then back to 0. So wait, what if I, like, walk around in circles? It's just 0. Be cool if I could, like, let me bring this over so maybe you can see it. No, wait, I can't do that because yeah, I have to actually have the window focused. I could do a source, like a window capture for it, but okay, wait, that did. It is getting set to some crazy tiny number, actually. That's different. What if I stop? When I walk around in circles, it does get set to this crazy tiny number. But none of the other values in the quaternion actually change. Only the x-axis. And it's this very tiny, it's like an error float most of the time. Like, what is this? What is this crazy thing? I have no idea. They do something with it? So I've got to figure that out before I can implement this entire thing. So that's cool. It is midnight now, and I did say I wanted to stop then. And I honestly do not know how I'm gonna figure this out. The only thing I can think of to try here is this use any of the other functions that I've looked at so far? Because, like, something's writing to this, right? What if you try checking that quat at a different camera perspective? That's a very good point. Let's see how we're gonna do that. I like the just actual lag now because it's of the data breakpoint. Data breakpoints are so slow. I guess it's not being triggered. Shouldn't it be when I fall? This is very interesting. Oh, maybe the C physics got reset. Let's see if it did. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, it's at a different memory address now. Why can't I edit this? Weird. Okay. There we go. Now I can check. This is going to be very fun to try to check this. Okay, so there's kind of a different camera angle happening here because as I'm walking in circles, the camera is changing. But yeah, like when I let go of the stick, it becomes 0. It's always 0. But when I hold the stick, it's also still 0 actually, until he gets up to a certain speed. Yeah, there we go. As soon as he gets to this speed, it starts becoming this ridiculously tiny number that makes no sense. It's like an error float because it's so small. Like, just to give you an example, this is like 5.758E-05, which makes me question if I got the right address. I mean, these next 3 values, though, are 0, 0, and 1, so it does look like a quaternion. But that is weird, right? But I put the breakpoint right here. CBO, yeah. And I'm checking R4, which should be, at this point in time, a pointer to a quaternion. So I think that it's correct. But it's very odd. It's a small number, right? And if I like keep moving it, the number changes, see? But only the x-axis changes. The other axes never change. Like, ever. In fact, if I put a data breakpoint on them, let's do one on all 3 of them. And let's disable temporarily the one on the x-axis. Which one's getting modified? Oh, well, it's still gonna fire, but only because the whole quaternion is being written to at some point, right? So they're getting written to, but it's just the same value. They're always 0, 0, and 1. Now when I move faster, the number gets bigger, and actually once I start getting to this speed, it is not an error anymore. It's just a ridiculously tiny number. It's 0.00022199. So if I keep building up speed, does the value get bigger? No, it's still stuck to that. and then it caps out at this value right here. That's what it's at right now. So what if I boost, right? Okay, when I hit the dash pad, it actually got all the way up. Okay, when I hit the dash pad, negative 0.1224, 0.04489, and 0.9914. So this is an actual quaternion now. When I hit the dash pad. I'm sure if Bloober has a C physics, maybe it's worth checking. Thanks, I appreciate that actually. Yeah, I don't know where to look in Bloober's source for that, so you can find it faster than me. This should be an actual, like, rotation. So that's very interesting that it got set to a real thing. Once I hit the dash pad. Wait, I just set it to the wrong. What am I doing? Like, bro, like, how could you mess it up? It's right there. Zero four four 9914. Okay, apply. This is the rotation. We have a very tiny rotation on the x-axis. It is negative 14 degrees on x, negative this on y, z. Is this like related to the slope? Or is this related to the dash panel? I don't know. Let's see how it changes. This is still the same. Oh wait, what's this? It's changing now. It should be further up now, I think, because we're on a steeper slope, if that's what I think it is. Y is still 0, because of course it is. This is 0.9966. Okay, no, it's smaller. The rotation is getting smaller slowly. So, does it eventually wear off? Okay, I'm starting to think that this is the slope rotation. I think this is a slope rotation. Because I'm noticing that when I go on the slope, it changes quite a bit. When I get to flat ground, it is... Yeah, it's at that constant, basically. So, Sonic, stop. Stop what you're doing. Go back. Let's see if it changes when we go on the slope. So it's this very, very tiny error float right now. Which makes sense. I thought I could hold it down, but no, of course I can't hold it down. I have to mash. Okay, we're gonna go up the slope. Yep, it's starting to change. Yep, it's changing. That's slope. That is slope rotation. That is a slope rotation right there. There's no C physics in there, bro. That's... Is there not an equivalent to C physics in gens, or does Scythe just not have that mapped? Because that seems like a pretty important thing to get mapped out, doesn't it? So that kind of surprises me if that wasn't ever figured out. Such a cool shot. I love just like how many in these, you know, boost games, I love how many times you can just pause the game in any random frame and it just looks good. It's like, look how cool that is. That's sick. It's a blurry mess, but if you ignore that, because I have the resolution turned on. So this is a slope rotation, I guess. That I have no idea. No worries. I don't mod gens either. So, what would be the equivalent for Lost World? It's something like... Okay, gravity up direction. It could be something like that, because gravity up maybe changes with the slope? I don't know. If it does, it's probably not that, right? Calc up direction by velocity, check ground shape change. Let's just look through all these. Okay, camera axis, camera vector, default dash speed, drone force, there's so many things. Gravity size, horizontal velocity, pitch and roll. I mean, it could be pitch and roll. It still could be this. But I hope it's not that, because we won't know, since this is not in the PC version of the game. So we would have to re-implement that to find that out. Okay, vertical, like velocity, like direction, that's kind of interesting, but it's not a rotation. I mean, get pitch and roll is like the only thing, because it returns a quaternion. And that makes sense, in a way. Because it could be that what it is, it's just like the physics, you know, like rigid body or capsule or whatever, is rotated to match the collision, right? So at this point in time, it's rotated, it's like you could draw it, right, on top of Sonic. It's rotated at this angle, so therefore that's the rotation. But if that's the case, would this not just be the same as the rotation value for C physics, right? It's like, what's the difference between that and this? I don't know. So maybe we should check that? This is the Lost World one. So this is the quaternion, it's at 19C, let's remember that, 19C. This one is at 64. And 38. So that should be the address of that. Let's write this down before I forget it. This here. So it's different, right? But it's pretty similar. It's very similar. So if it's the slope rotation, does C collision and C collision geodesy exist in colors? Yes. Yeah, they both exist in colors. So right, so I don't know why that would be there. But it looks like it's related, it's like rotation of something. If they don't, maybe it got moved to their Lost World, you could exit through C player pointer as a mirror variable. Let me see what you're saying. From C collision rotation? Yeah. So like that's still in colors, right? But it could be that they also make a copy of like whatever the rotation value is for the, I don't know, the first C collision that the raycast collides with? I don't know. I'm just guessing. It could be anything. I'm probably wrong. Maybe they just make a copy of this, put it in C physics. So one song from Total Drama World Tour again. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I mean, not that I really don't know. This is weird. It's like a little different. So let's see if let's visualize the difference so we can better understand that. So this is the rotation, which by the way, we're at, this is the angle Sonic is running at. So this is the rotation of the C physics, right? Okay, I think that's what that is. Actually, wait, which one is it? I forget. 164. No, my bad. This is the rotation. This is the value I'm trying to figure out. The second one is the rotation of the rigid body. So let's compare to that. I'm gonna just put this here. Oops, what am I doing? That's not in Euler angles, right? So then this... I hate that you can't just like copy paste it. Like, I mean, you can copy paste each value individually, but at that point, I feel like this is faster to just type it. I'd like to just copy paste the whole thing, but you know. Okay, here we go. That's how the rotation changed. It's more flat. Okay. Why do you scroll like that? That's so annoying. So that's the difference in the rotation. So the new Euler angle is this. Okay, that's pretty drastic. So X and Y, X and Z are mostly the same, but Y is completely different. So it looks like they kind of look like they're the same, but hang on, YouTube's covering the dang thing. A frame different. You might be onto something with that. You might actually really be onto something with that. Although it is weird how much of a difference there is in this Y-axis. That's pretty huge. I feel like in one frame maybe that's too much, but let's see. Maybe check the history rotations or whatever. And it's worth looking at. This is at DD4. Again, the one we're looking at is 19C. So that's a difference of C38. The address again was this huge number. I think this is the right one. Actually, wait. No, it's this one. Yeah. Glad I caught that. Okay, 90C, 9B, 4DC. Is that correct? 90C, 9B, 4DC. Yep. Add this. Cool. These are the history rotations. So 28491628. I like how there's yet even more numbers here. Like it's it's even more. So no, it's not just, unfortunately, it's not just the history rotation. Doesn't look like, but it's interesting. So they, I think what it looks like when you visualize it is that the C physics, like rigid body or whatever, actually has the Y rotation in it, I guess? Like if I set this to 0, let's visualize that, right? Make this a little bigger. That's no Y rotation right there. Right, so then you set it back to this. Rotates to the right. For some reason, it's like -3. What the frick is that? Is it with respect to the camera or something? Because the camera is looking at, like, just the slightest angle. I really don't know what this maps to. Like, that's kind of bizarre. But I am curious if this function returns it. Get pitch and roll. So... wrong key. It gets this column from the matrix. It does a cross product between that column and axis up, I guess, and it stores a result there. I think that's what that does. I'll have to look at this in IDA because this is a nightmare. It's a lower dot product, a square magnitude, all that. And the end result is you get a quaternion. Quaternion rotation between normals. Yeah, I don't know. So... because why... because here's the thing. Why is there a function called get pitch roll that returns it as a quaternion? Like, what are we doing? So it gets rid of the yaw entirely, right? That's what I guess it does. When you look at these values, I don't know. It does look like they kind of just took this and they did some math on it that resulted in getting rid of the yaw. But then I guess it also changed the other numbers? No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, really. That's a huge pain. To figure out what this is. That's gonna be fun. So I would really love to, like, actually have that figured out, but, you know, like now, so I don't have to worry about it. But I'm thinking I'm gonna need to stop the stream tonight, and I guess look into this later, because we'll be on this for a long time. And I did want to stop. MVD's here too. Yeah, I really don't know what the next step is to figure that out. It is a something. Oh wait, there was one more thing though. I did start a search for this. I forgot I did that. So does anything set it? Because something clearly, you know, sets it, but is there anything that Vydra currently knows about that I've already, like, looked at? Actually, we do this multiple times. Okay. Wait a second. Update pitch roll. It's in the update pitch roll function. That's promising. It copies this. Hey, Autumn, how you doing? Good to see you. How is Turin? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Steam kept popping up. Autumn is now playing Terraria. So I'm just trolling. No one says it anymore. That's why I have to say it. So it kind of looks like, is this pitch and roll, right? Like, is this what that is? See, does it sometimes I only open it once? Oh, that's weird. That's really bizarre that it said that a few times. It only said it like a couple of times. It wasn't annoying at all. It was just like a couple of times. But just thought it was funny. It's also an update transform. And there's my Wi-Fi going out briefly and coming back. Oh, that actually makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of getting the feeling that it's update pitch and roll. Oh, I mean, sorry, it's pitch and roll, right? So like, there's this function in Lost World called get pitch and roll that is not used by anything except for this get yaw function, which is not called. by anything. So, you know, it's like, why do we have these two functions here that aren't used? Probably because it's a leftover from colors, right? And it returns a quaternion, so it makes a lot of sense. But because it's not used in Lost World, it's not going to be in the PC version. It would have been optimized out of the code. And so because of that, we can't just call this. We have to re-implement this entirely if we want to just check to see if this is the thing we're looking for. But when you look at what the code does here, and you see how they basically like rebuild this thing from the matrix, like because of all this crazy flaky, you know, float math that you're going to be doing in order to do that, I would not at all be surprised if the numbers get screwed up a little bit, and they're a little bit off from what they were originally. From the rotation value is what I mean to say, right? So the fact that these are so close, except that the yaw is dramatically reduced in this one, right? Whereas here it's like 16. I assume that's the yaw, right? I think that's yaw. I forget which one yaw is. It's usually Y, right? Or is that wrong? I guess it's actually pitch? So maybe I'm completely wrong. Man, I don't know. I feel like it could be this function though. It was fun, but I built a stupidly big wall of flesh arena that spawned across the entire world, even though I would never need one that big. That's fun. I did that years ago when I played with Neil, just because it was fun. I don't know, we put like 100 hours into just building this insane arena for no reason. Like, we didn't need it, it was just fun. And then when we actually fought it, you know, it like dies in like a few minutes because it was just wasn't that hard. So how hard is this going to be to recreate? I think it's going to be a pain, right? Does this function... Okay, that one is used, so that's cool. I mean, so there's not that much that we need to recreate, we just need to, like, you know, dot product square magnitude. This stuff I have to figure out what the frick that does. If I look at it in IDA, then that'll help. I'm like, should I do this tonight? Because I feel like this is going to take a while. Because it shouldn't, right? It's not that complicated, but it's just knowing me. I'm going to stumble on this for a while. So maybe I should probably just do that next stream. I don't know. I wanted to stop at midnight, we're past that. But yeah, this is interesting. I'm going to need to like make a note about this so I don't forget it. Let's at least put like a column on this maybe? Can we do that? I forget. Yeah, comment. That's what it was called, right? I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. It's just that I'm so bothered by the fact that I have to just go to bed not knowing what that is. I like to sleep like, I got something done and now I can do something else the next time, instead of being like, what is that stupid value? But it'll be fine. So I can also like look back at this stream too if I want to like see these values. I don't want to have a text document sitting on my hard drive that I'm just like, what is this? I don't remember. It's like, just look at the stream. Just look at the freaking stream, dude. It'll be fine. All right. Well, yeah. I guess thanks y'all for watching. Sorry. It's always great how long you can spend and like get a lot of like reverse engineering and like code, you know, stuff done. But then it's like, visually, you know, what'd you get done? Well, he moves the same way as he did at the beginning of the stream. But we started implementing a lot of functions. So yeah, so I need to make sure to delete this because I want to remember to do that. So once we implement this function, that rotation will be working again. But in order to do that, we need to figure out what this value is, and that's proving to be a huge pain. So I think it is essentially the result of this function. But we have to re-implement this entire thing to even figure out if that's what it is. So I might just do that off stream and see. What do you mean it doesn't work exactly like Sonic Colors yet? This is blasphemy. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Not... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I guess I'll see you all next time, which will hopefully be next week. Instead of 17 years from now. That'd be cool. I don't know how to end streams. What's the next song in this? Wild card. I said this. We tried. We made progress, but I need to spend more time on this. It's gonna probably take me a few hours just to get this one stupid function. I don't think it'll be a few hours. It'll probably be 1 hour. It doesn't look that bad. I just need to like figure this nonsense out. Put a picture of an elephant on the screen. That's how you end streams. You know you're not wrong. I did that before, didn't I? That feels familiar. I feel like I've done that before for some reason. That's how you end streams. Right there. Do I still have the flames? Still have this for some reason. I still have the flames, yes. This elephant has seen many things, and in the future he will see many more things. For he is invulnerable to the flames. They may burn his flesh, but they do not reduce his spirit, or charisma, or other attributes of one's character. The elephant is a symbol of perseverance in times when things screw me. Thanks. Watching the stump stream. See you soon. Bye.